hyperbole.
I should have.
But I'm going to. Oh, is it? Oh, yeah. Silly. A nice lady.
It's the White House in Washington.
She can tell I
Made
do.
of hyperbole. It's the same sort of.
Okay.
So going to extremes is all. So hyperbole is the literary equivalent of going to an extreme. So you say,
Sit on that side.
Why?
this agenda bill will do this, and then from there you make a statement, which is the
Then we turn around.
hardcore version of how you would expect a person to frame it.
No, we shouldn't have said
It's almost close. I mean, say like calling something a death panel, it might be close, but that's actually legitimate on some level.
Well, it depends on how you're looking at it, but yes.
Yeah, but I mean that's. So I guess it depends. I actually agree with the characterization, but.
I thought you know.
That's
okay, on some level it is. It is gonna cause a lot of, only truth as you know it.
Well, I mean, they literally are deciding who dies by pulse.
And if it was somebody else's truth, then it would be.
Yeah, exactly.
I understand, I know. Yeah, then you go.
Which would make it weird. Yeah.
Yeah. What was that? When Robbie was shot, and then she came out with some
Good evening. We're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome to the April 25th, 2011 Sugar City Council workshop meeting. Also a joint workshop with the Planning Commission this evening for the first portion. Jennifer, could you and Mitch call the rolls, please?
Councilmember Coaston? Here. Councilmember Greenlee?
Here.
Councilmember Morris?
Here.
Councilmember McDaniel?
Here.
Councilmember Delavar?
Present.
Councilmember Shoemaker?
Here.
And Councilmember Russell. I believe he's in training.
Commissioner Reinhardt? Commissioner Pabst?
Here.
Commissioner Tuitt? Commissioner Wagner?
Here.
Commissioner White?
Here.
Commissioner Lamb? Commissioner Briggs?
Here.
Commissioner Gearhart? And Commissioners Reinhardt and Lamb, I had heard from that they will not be in attendance. I had not heard from Commissioner Gearhart.
Thank you. Mitch, do you want to lead us off with a presentation from the school districts?
Do we have any public comment?
Oh, we could go to public comment. I'm sorry. I've moved this thing ahead already. Any members of the public that would like to address council before we get started this evening?
Why not either, please?
We have all these people explain the rules to them.
Oh, Don Bolin, Street 2934, Southeast 20th Street, and I guess last time I was here on the rezoning issue, there was a young man that I forgot his name, but he spoke to the council. I thought he made a lot of sense. He said as I recall it, one of the things was to look at things as a vision, but if you really want to maintain control over what's happening in the city, do it one parcel at a time. And I don't know if that was heard or not, but I thought it made a lot of sense. The other thing I was going to mention is last week we were talking about the $16 million bond issue. One of the council members was wondering if you could finance part of that or all of it out of a park. So when I went home, I did some rough calculations. You probably all know, but when you borrow $16 million on a declining balance, the interest is about $990,000. So when you're spending $1 million, it's not really $1 million, it's $1.5 million. And when I take a look at the things that was funding, maybe it's not and or, but there should be a hard criteria where you decide to finance it out of bonds versus out of retained earnings or cash flow. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Any other folks?
Yes. I'm John Donovan. I live at 964 G Street.
And if this is about this rezoning, nobody seemed to get any notification at all about this meeting. I just kinda curious about that. Nobody that I know that lives on G Street did not get nothing, that signed that petition.
Which do we typically notice the public,
Not for a work session, no.
but for the council meetings?
Council meetings, we would, yes.
So you should have gotten the notices for the planning commission hearing that happened earlier.
Maybe on 14 on getting wiped out, but as far as anything else, nothing got sent. Nothing.
No, for the planning commission meeting that happened a month or so ago in regards to the rezones?
Yes.
Yeah. The actual public hearings themselves before the public, or the planning commission and the city council are required to be noticed and have that type of letters and notification sent out to everybody. This one is just a planning and workshop session, in which case we don't typically
We'll have to
send.
make a decision on this rezoning.
No, workshops we can't make decisions at all, we just have general discussions about it, take comment, do all those types of things. The public hearing though, is this is scheduled to come back correctly?
Well, that was one of the things we were gonna talk about, but right now I had it looking at the 9th for work session again, not till hearing until probably the 16th of May.
And at that point, it's open for public hearing again, specifically just on that one topic as well. And that'll be prior to any decisions being made, that at that public hearing meeting, depending on what the rule of council is, typically we go ahead and make decisions that evening, or put it off to a meeting in the future, should they have additional information or questions.
Thank you.
But there will be information.
Yeah. Yeah, there's most definitely information for that. Any other members of the public that would like to bring up anything to council's attention? Okay, seeing none, Mitch?
Well, I have, in lieu of time savings, instead of reading, I wrote up a thing about the EMS Fund 125, and I wrote up a little statement, it's like 2 pages long, and in lieu of reading all of this, all the reasons why I'm against doing this, I'll just pass it out to the council.
Okay.
And they can review it, being this is just a workshop. Because we got a lot of other things to cover, I hate to take up a whole lot of time right now. If you have any questions, like during the workshop at that time, I'd be happy to talk. Okay?
Sure. This evening, we have Marty Allen from Evergreen School District.
Campbell School District?
Educational School District, thank you.
Yes.
ESD, yes. And representing Camas, the Camas School District, and we have Doug Bright representing Washougal School District as well. Here to talk about their capital facility plan updates, as well as school impact fee updates. So I will turn it over to them.
Okay, with all of you, I think I will, as an attorney in the USD that works with all of the 9 school districts in Clark County, I help them update their plans and do their impact fee calculations. I thought I would just summarize what's in the capital facility plan. A lot of you have heard this before, so I won't go into a lot of detail, but I'm happy to respond to questions you have about anything in their plan, and then we'll talk briefly about the school impact fees. It's my understanding you all have a copy of the updated capital facilities plans and fees. Just by way of background and a reminder, the school districts prepare these plans to implement and comply with the Growth Management Act in partnership with the city and the county. The elements in the capital facility plan are required under the Growth Management Act. They include an inventory of all the school facilities in the districts, their program standards, or the equivalent of your level of service. School district capital facility plan is real similar to the city's transportation capital facility plan, if you want to think of it that way. For school districts, we also are required to have a 6-year enrollment forecast. And then what we do is use that 6-year enrollment forecast and our current inventory of facilities to determine how much additional capacity we need to build to serve the forecast growth. Once we then know what the facility needs are, we estimate the cost to build those facilities, and then we calculate school impact fees using the data in the plan. For the Washougal School District, I'll just start and touch on some key things in their plan. Washougal, as you all know, has 3 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, 1 high school, and 1 alternative school. The total capacity of the schools in the Washougal School District is 2,812. That's the number of students those schools can serve. Looking out to the year 2017, the district anticipates there will be 3,290 students enrolled. That's an increase of 377 students over what was enrolled when we prepared this plan. So to serve over 400 students, because there's currently some students in portables that can't be housed in the current school facilities, the district will look at building a new elementary school. Most of the growth and need is at elementary and middle school level. And as you may recall, I guess it was back in May 2008-9 when they ran a bond to build a new K-8 facility on the Jump-to-Guard site. That was the last bond measure for schools that the district put before the voters. The plan at that time was a 1,000 student K-8. The existing Jump-to-Guard would be demolished and a new school would be built. The voters did not approve that bond measure. So the district kind of reconvened its facilities group, looked at its needs, updated its enrollment, and this plan now calls for constructing a new 450 student elementary school on the Kerr property that the district owns, and then adding additional middle school capacity at Jump-to-Guard in connection with upgrades and renovations that need to happen there. The total cost, the district also needs to build a new transportation facility, as I think you're all aware. The total cost for all the needed improvements in the district is estimated to be about $40 million. We've updated the school district's impact fee calculations using the updated construction costs and facility needs. We also, every year when we update the plan, reassess the impacts that new housing is having on schools. And the way that we determine that is we look at the average number of students enrolled in the schools that are living in new housing. So we have done that assessment and used the new construction costs, and the Washougal School District's school impact fees are dropping. The single family fee amount is, the maximum calculated amount is now $2,683. The multifamily fee is also dropping. It was calculated at about $4,800. It's dropping to $2,689. The city of Washougal is only collecting $2,000 in multifamily and $4,000 in a single family fee. You made a decision not to collect the full amount that had been calculated, but the school board is recommending that the city and the county collect impact fees in the calculated amount, which would be the $2,683 for single, $2,689 for multifamily. Are there any questions about Washougal's plan or Washougal's school impact fees?
Marnie, right now the impact fees are 4 and 2?
Yes.
One of the things that I find a little puzzling is 3 years ago, the district wanted over $8,000 a unit for multifamily. I think last year they wanted 5,000, or maybe it was 2 years ago, and now it's $2,689. Why the huge variance?
There are 2 primary drivers and one that's unique this year, but the primary driver of the change and drop in the multifamily fee, and actually what caused it to spike so high 3 years ago, is the student factor, the average number of students living in apartments or multifamily housing in the district. So when that analysis was done 3 years ago, there was a significant increase in a large number of students living in apartments. When that analysis was updated 2 years ago, there wasn't enough new multifamily housing constructed in the district to produce a reliable number. And so the district, in accordance with the impact fee ordinance, is using a county-wide average. That caused that fee amount to drop significantly. Because county-wide, on average, when you look at new multifamily that's been built across the whole county, there were a lot fewer students living in the apartments than there were 3 years prior just in Washougal.
But for example, if I remember right, the number, the 8,000 number several years ago, I think you could have counted on your fingers and toes the total number of students involved in that increase. And I think I raised the issue at the time that with numbers that small, you don't have a statistical sample. And so I'm just a little puzzled as to how we should view these numbers as anything other than noise.
Well, the numbers you have before you for the multifamily student generation rate are based on all the multifamily units that have been built in Clark County over the last 6 years in every district, because there hasn't been enough multifamily units built in the Washougal district alone to produce a statistically reliable number. And if you look at that average, that's the best indicator of the number of children that we can come up with. We look locally at our demographic and say, okay, if we have to predict how many students are going to live in new apartments that are built in Washougal, what data are we going to look to? The best data that we have available is to look at how many kids are living in apartments countywide right now in the last 6 years, because we don't have anything recent that's large enough just in Washougal.
I guess my question, I was a little surprised to find out that you're taking the average number of students in new construction as opposed to the average number of students for the given population increase, because given the economic skew of most students, they're more likely to be lower incomes, and they're more likely not to live in new construction, but in non-new construction. And we know you're gonna tax the new construction, but at least you count all the students who are gonna be coming at you. I mean, that.
The reason we don't look at all housing units to calculate that rate is because we want to charge new housing their fair share of the cost. And to determine the impacts that new housing has on the schools, you really have to look at how many kids are living in new housing for the reason you're just bringing up. If we charge new housing for impacts caused by older existing housing, then they can challenge that fee as not being reliable, because you're charging them for impacts not associated with what they're building.
Well, it is, because they're building extra capacity, which frees up and lowers the rents on the other, you know. If you didn't increase the housing stock, then some housing wouldn't be less expensive than the other. But anyway, I won't argue your, if that's the way we do it, okay. At least it's going in the right direction.
Yes, actually, I would say at some point, we really have to sit down and talk about impact fees and what their focus is and what their goal is and how we charge those and how we make it equitable. And, you know, I mean, you're talking about impact fees and the impact of, you know, I think the thing that we have talked about in council is multifamily impact fees, that we see that as kind of onerous to new development for multifamily housing. But I have to say that, frankly, you know, and during the recent, you know, when the new supervisors were being interviewed, I was asked to take a supervisor from one school to another, to all the schools. And I was flabbergasted, actually, to see how much money we need to put into some of our schools, like Jump-to-Go. It's pathetic. We really need to fund some of our public school systems. So how do we do that? And I think we need to come as a planning commission, a community, a council, a school board, and talk about how do we fund advances in our schools, you know, in our schools, to make them good public school systems. So we kind of need to get past all of these issues that we've got and talk about how do we make it, you know, how do we make our public funding for education equitable, fair, and reasonable. So I don't say I have any solutions to that, but we've got to do it.
I agree, and I venture to say that district agrees too. School impact fees typically pay for maybe 15% of the total cost, and we're just talking about facility costs, infrastructure. We're not talking about operation and maintenance and repairs. And you know, one thing that Clark County did, and I know that there's been a representative or a couple from the City of Washougal participating in the Quality Schools Advisory Group, which has been a good group where that group gets together and talks about these very issues. How do we fund and provide quality schools and work together with builders, realtors, parents, et cetera. Maybe one thing that you want to consider in Washougal is doing one that's focused and specific for Washougal, because at the county level, you're looking at all of the schools, and but maybe one that's more focused on what can be done for the Washougal School District. Maybe Camas, just those two, but.
Well, I think it would be safe to say that a good quality school system would add to, generally, to property values and certainly add to the value of new construction.
So I understand the reasons for using the countywide statistics for multifamily. For the single family, did you use countywide statistics, or was that just Washougal?
Just Washougal.
Okay, thanks.
The other thing I wanted to just comment on with multifamily and the drop in what happened this year, you may be noticing, and it is, it's not unheard of, because in Washougal there has been a higher multifamily fee than the calculated single family fee. But what happened this year is the property tax credit. Remember, the school impact fees includes a property tax credit. So we look at what's the average cost per student, how many kids live in one home, allocate that to the house, and then we subtract for state match and for property taxes. And the property tax credit is based on the average assessed value of single family homes and average assessed value of multifamily homes district-wide. And the average assessed value of multifamily units in Washougal is so low that the property tax credit is really low, and the property tax credit for single family is really quite high. So there's over a $1,200 discrepancy just in the property tax credit between single family and multifamily. And in theory, the way that that works, and the reason we give property tax credit, is because the homeowners that buy these homes are going to be paying property taxes based on the average assessed value and the district's tax levy rate. So if you're paying more in property taxes because you live in a single family home, you'll pay a little bit less in an impact fee. If you're not paying as much in property taxes when you live in an apartment, the owner of those apartments isn't paying as much in property taxes, and they're going to pay more in an impact fee.
I think part of the concern about impact fees is that builders and developers are very sensitive to the costs of development. And for example, if the impact fee in Washougal is too high, then there isn't any building here. To put it another way, and this is something that I raised when the district came with the huge impact fees on multifamily several years ago, is that people need to understand that part of something is better than all of nothing. And that if there is nothing built, then you're still actually going to have growth. And the other problem is that if you set the impact fees high, impact fees from a developer's point of view are roughly a fixed percentage of the purchase price of the new home. So the higher you set the fees, the more you shift the market from family homes to McMansions. And the problem with McMansions is that the people who live there don't send their kids to public school. As a result, and they vote. They really do turn out to vote. So the problem is you're now in a downward spiral where you can't pass a levy because the people who have kids don't have them in public school, or the people who live here don't have kids. So impact fees are a complicated issue for council and for the planning commission that to think about, and I agree with Councilmember Costin and with you, that we need to find a better, more equitable, more dependable way of financing the capital improvements in the schools. But to think that we can do it with impact fees, I think, is naive. So I certainly do appreciate that the trend in this case is in the right direction in terms of what's happened to the requested impact fees. But I'm just concerned on the one hand that if you set them high, you get no revenue because nobody builds anything. And on the other hand, if you set them too low, that obviously is a bad thing also. But even if you hit the sweet spot with the right number, the amount of revenue that they contribute to your capital budget is almost vanishingly small. So, you know, I recognize it's a complicated issue, and I recognize that the school board is very constrained by law in Washington as to what they can propose and not propose, and the whole formulas that they have to use. I just want people to understand that from our point of view, it's a very complicated issue, and it's certainly not one that you would rubber stamp, even when you are a big supporter of the schools and very tied into how important they are to the future development, both socially and economically, of Washougal.
I think it's highly inappropriate to try to launch class warfare at a council meeting like this. The term McMansion, I assume we're talking about single-family homes. I know a lot of people who live in single-family homes, as I do, as most people do, as 80% of the people in this country want to do. And even the ones that live in what you would call mansions in Washougal, the people that I know in that category, every single one of them votes for the school bonds, votes for the school tax, the levies. And I asked them why one time they did that, because their kids are all grown. And they told me because they believe in education and they believe in the city of Washougal. So before we start out on class warfare, let's keep in mind the facts. Facts are that most of the people want to live in single-family homes. Those that do tend to be the backbone of the tax-paying community. And I'm not sure exactly why we need to denigrate them. In terms of the school district, I spent 10 years in education in California. And although they operate somewhat differently from Washington in terms of the way things are funded, all school districts in this entire country have a similar problem. And the problem is that they tend to fund everything else, and then they look at facilities. It's called deferred maintenance. And if you're going to constantly be coming back to the taxpayer because you've deferred maintenance for so long, now you've got a problem like Molly's talking about. And Molly, I don't deny they're there. I've worked in some god-awful buildings in education where actually the ceiling dropped on my head one night. Just one of these tiles, because it was leaking. It had been for some time. We're going to have to find a way to manage our resources better. And maintenance of facilities is going to have to move up on the priority list. Because the taxpayer, especially in this recession, except for those people who live in the McMansions, is less enthusiastic about adding to the tax burden on their home. I would like to thank you very much for taking the time to put this presentation together. I see evidence of a lot of work. As I say, I've worked in education. I know what it takes to put one of these things together. It's not easy. It's not easy to prognosticate. How do you predict how many people are going to come? I notice your numbers are down this year from what they were last year. I think that's realistic. Have you hit the nail on the head? Gosh, I don't know. And I don't have any way to find out. I think you've done a good job, and I think probably we need to support you on this. The message I would very much like you to bring back to the schools is, I think we need to do better on prioritizing our facility maintenance, so that we're not put in this position of coming back to the taxpayer all the time. Thank you very much.
Actually, I hope I can sweep some of the politics off the table and just say I think all of us in this room are concerned that education is important to our community. So, you know, my personal philosophy is that public education, whether it's public, private, charter school, you know, is the backbone of the American middle class. And that's exactly what we need to have in the future, is an American middle class. We need to have kids that are well educated. We need to keep them educated. We need to make them civically engaged. And so I'll just say that, you know, in the past, we have always come kind of butting heads with the school district with regards to impact fees. But at some point, we all, every person in this room, we have to come to terms with how do we reconcile, how do we pay for public education for every kid, all the way through K-12, and how do we make that equitable somehow, whether it's through impact fees, taxes, bond issues, and whatever. So I would like to be able at some point to put the politics aside and talk about education, because that's what makes communities prosper. That's what makes communities great. So that's all I'm going to say.
Can I say something?
Other, Dave?
I'm a taxpayer.
Well, they mentioned the strong middle class, backbone of any democratic society. It's interesting, if you look at the IRS statistics, the middle class is not a static group. People move through the middle class. People start out in their teens and 20s in the lower income group. And that's because they don't have the skills, the education, and the experience. And as they gain all three of those, they move into the middle class, and many of them move on into the upper economic echelons, the upper middle class, the upper class, economically. It's not a static group, but as Molly pointed out, the key to that is the groundwork, the foundation that we lay with a good education. And I would support anything that does that.
Mr. Mayor? I actually agree with a lot of the statements that I've heard tonight, and I appreciate the sentiments that you mentioned about focusing on what we're supposed to be doing here tonight. One thing that that comes across my mind as we've had this discussion in the past is that specifically, I mean, I have fairly strong opinions about education as well, as I know many people, if not everybody in this room does. But part of the challenge that we have tonight, and when we consider this, when it comes before us in regular session, is that from what I understand, the City Council's only legal responsibility is setting these impact fees. We have no regulatory input on how the school district runs, how they set their priorities for where the funding goes and whatnot. And that makes it very interesting when we have these discussions, because I definitely hear a lot of things which I can echo and engage in and whatnot, and yet the only thing we're responsible for is simply just a single number here and a single number there. And then collect it and then pass it on, right? So,
Exactly.
yeah, more stuff to consider, and yeah, it's challenging no matter how you look at it, because nobody wants to pay and everybody wants to receive. So it makes it the easiest thing.
One thing I'd like to know is this: we're all talking about Washoe and Camas School District impact fees, obviously, how to fund these schools. I've not been to the schools as much detail like Molly has, for instance, to know if they're deteriorating. I'm also not a construction engineer. I wouldn't know what's deteriorating, what's not. What I would like to know is if you had any stats comparing Washoe and Camas to other districts similar in size and demographics in Washington. I realize California's a great place, but I think Washington would be more applicable, at least in my way of thinking. Then I could say, well, this is how Woodland does it. This is how Vancouver does it in this district, and they have this much impact fees on their basis, and they have these kind of schools. So then I have some way of knowing how far behind or ahead we are. The more knowledge you have on other comparative districts gives me more way to make a decision I mean, I don't make any decisions anyway, just the planning commission, but it gives me more information to say that, yeah, we are behind, or no, we're ahead. And I don't have any children in this district. My children are all older than some of the people here. But, I would like comparative analysis to other districts, because this is our home, and everybody's very impassioned about their own home. But if we had some comparative districts, as like as possible to hear, to give me some way to saying, yeah, we're in the middle of the ballpark, I know we're way in the bottom end. We did that for water studies on stormwater, and that really helped me when the council put those numbers together. That's what I'd like to say.
Marty, is there a way for you to do that equitably for other communities? I mean, a lot of it depends on the actual physical structure needs in the district itself.
Right, and there are a couple, I mean, what I can do, I can give you data that, well, I can start off by telling you that all the Park County school districts request school impact fees. All of them have been requesting the amount calculated under the formula. All of them use the same formula to calculate the fees. The fee amounts vary, and they vary based on the facility needs in that district. For example, in Battleground School District has been, their fees are dropping like every district this year, but Battleground and Evergreen have been receiving the most in school impact fees looking back, as high as $9,000 in Battleground School District for every single family home. That's because they have had so much growth, they've needed to build new elementary, middle, and high schools. So if every new house has to pay a portion of the cost for high school, elementary, and middle school, the cost per house is going to be more. And then when you look at the property taxes that are paid in that district, they'll be different in every district, so the tax credit amount will be different, so the fee amount will be different. But in general, the more demand, the more need for schools, the higher demographics plays a role. If you have very large families living in housing in one district and very small families living in new housing in another district, the fee amount's going to be lower because those new houses aren't housing as many students and putting the same demands on the district.
There's a lot of variables that come to play. I do notice one thing with Washougal that I've noticed in a lot of aspects is that over the years, for whatever reason, a lot of the facility, capital facility, has been, as maintenance has gone down. We've tried to stretch it too far, we'll say, like the water lines or whatever you want. If that's been carried forward into the school systems where the physical buildings are in disrepair, then that could be the possible reason we need to have higher impact fees to kind of bring that back up. Just like Mr. Shoemaker was saying, something deteriorates, you got to keep it up.
Yeah, and I guess what I would want to clarify though is that school impact fees are not charged or collected based on the cost to renovate an old school or rebuild an old school. We only collect them based on the proportionate share for new schools for new students. So for example, at Junkie Guard, there's the cost for the whole school to rebuild it and modernize it, but only a very small portion of that is included in the fee.
Okay, thank you for that.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So basically, your impact fee is dealing with the possibility of new students and having to add desks and classrooms, or teacher, that sort of thing. Okay. I definitely support these impact fees. I respect the fact that you've gone back and reworked the fees, and the multifamily residence is a little bit lower, seems more reasonable. I have a lot of respect for our school district and the board, and I said this 2 years ago when this came before the council. I respect their decision, and as Councilman Delabar mentioned, it's really our responsibility to just approve it and then pass it on. I don't think that it's really appropriate for us to sit and debate whether or not you really need it or not, because you know what you need as far as adding desks and classrooms and such. With new development, we don't know what you need. And as far as developers are concerned, I don't think they're dissuaded by impact fees for a good school district. I think they're encouraged to come here if we have a good school district and they see, that we're using the fees appropriately. So I would think they would want to build here.
This calculation is exactly that. It's a formula. And the only numbers really that you estimate or plug into it is the growth in the number of students. almost everything else is a pure calculation from existing numbers, correct?
Right. The construction cost, unless Camas is the only fortunate school district in Clark County that got a bond passed and has the money secured to build their schools, and they have bids so their construction costs are fixed. Everybody else is using most recent data to estimate construction costs.
So how do you estimate the increase
In student
in
enrollment?
students?
It's a formula, well, it's a couple things, but basically it's a formula where you look at the number of live births in the school district, you look at the percentage of survival rate, looking back historically, how many kids that were in first grade progressed to second grade, looking back 10 years. It's a calculation that's done by the Office of the Superintendent of Public Instruction, but then what both Camas and Washougal have done has been to contract with a consultant who also looks at the land supply, economics, the number of childbearing women. If you're interested in seeing the demographic report and study that lists all the factors that go into account to forecast student enrollment, we can provide you that report.
I would like to see that, and I admit this is a bit of a straw. I've been through this enough times that I understand that this is, on the part of the school board, this is, you plug in a couple of numbers that you estimate, and then you turn the crank, and out comes the recommended fee amount. So it's not really a matter of judgment as to what the district needs. That I have no doubt at all that the district needs are far in excess of this. But these numbers are basically the result of turning the crank on a formula, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Based on these formulas, what did it generate in revenue last year?
I don't know off the top of my head. We can find out.
Not much without
Depends on how many
new
building
growth.
permits, right.
Not much
Right.
came in.
How much they got?
Definitely lower than the past.
But in a year, do you have any years that you could say, well, we generated $50,000 last year? Is that a number that jumps out?
Kind of new to the rodeo, so I have to refer to the expert here.
A lot of times we estimate the amount of school impact fee revenue. When you look at the plan, it identifies the three sources of funds for schools: state match, bonds, and impact fee revenue. The impact fee revenue forecast that's in the plan assumes we collect the same amount as was collected the past 6 years for the next 6 years. So I don't know if I have that.
Between community planning and finance, we can find those numbers and know it's what the historical numbers are.
I mean, there's a ton of debate here, but really sometimes we may only be talking about $15,000 next year if there's no growth.
Yeah, I actually had a question on page 9, but we've kind of addressed that, which is the projected student enrollment, you know, and where you derive those numbers. But we've kind of talked about that a little bit, so I'm satisfied that we have to have a number in there, regardless of whether we think it's a high number or low number. We do have to have a number, and from that, we do have to project out to what the impact is going to be on the community and thus generate impact fees. So I guess I would just say that, you know, I mean, I see I have a big question mark here, but I think we've kind of talked through those issues.
The other thing I would point out, just in terms of the enrollment forecast, it's important because we want it to be as accurate as we can have it be, so we know what kind of school, how many schools to build,
Sure.
what level to build at. But in terms of the impact fee amount in the calculation, remember the formula, while it is a formula, you put the numbers in, it produces a number. It's a formula that's been tested and developed as being the most equitable way to pass on a proportionate fair share of the cost to new houses. And the way the formula works is you take the cost per student. So that's the cost for one student. So as long as you're going to have one new student coming in at the elementary level that's going to trigger the need to build a new elementary school, you could have 600 forecasts, you could have 200 forecasts at the elementary level, and the fee amount will stay the same because it's a cost per student that drives the amount.
But for example, I think last year there were 40, maybe 40 couple new single-family homes in Washougal total. And these numbers calculate only students in new housing, correct?
For a 6-year window.
Right.
Correct.
But only in new housing that, over that period, not people moving into existing housing.
Right. Right. So of the 300 forecast enrollment, 125 might be people moving into old housing that don't move into the new housing.
I have one question to add to the mix that I think relates to looking at what happened last year and maybe the year before. I was trying to get an idea, I think it was last year, about what the sort of relative numbers are from the Camas School District versus the Washougal School District for the city of Washougal. I know there's overlaps of the city limits and the school district boundaries. And so maybe if I could have an idea, are 7 or 8 out of 10 of the fees collected Washougal School District fees, and only 2 out of 10 or even less Camas School District fees. That would be helpful for me to understand sort of what the bottom line impact of the decision is. If most of the fees the city collects are the Washougal School District single-family fees, and those are going down by $1,400 a unit, to me that's kind of meaningful in the discussion.
I don't have it off the top of my head, but it's definitely something to put together, where the district runs up on the hill there, and how many we should on one side versus the other.
Yeah, and we've spoken of the Camas School District fees in the past at some length about the amounts and that sort of thing, but I've never had a good grip on what the real impact is for the city. If it's one house every couple of years or what.
I believe the largest inventory by far is on the eastern side.
Yes, Washougal is, yeah, definitely.
Where they actually build or not. That would be interesting to know how many approved lots are approved, not built on yet. That lie within the Camas district, because that's Washougal boundaries. Very good number.
And it would be easy to get the number from looking at the checks that get written to the school districts for impact fees.
Yeah, that number is easy. Other questions for Marnie?
Thank you.
Or for Doug in regards to the Washougal capital facilities plan? I have one. On page 10, in table 8, we've got the Kerr property and future elementary school and transportation facility estimated cost estimate is just barely over $1 million. Is that just planning, or?
That's the balance that's owed on the Kerr property. That's the Kerr property cost itself, and that's the unpaid balance for the cost of that property.
And the new elementary school of the 12 million is on that property?
Yes, right now that's the plan.
12, 13, 14. Okay. Other questions regarding the Washougal?
Can I just ask, it's sort of a subsidiary question, but I know originally the idea was to completely raise Jemtegard's, the middle school there, put something new in place. I mean, I know that there's a lot of problems because it's in the Columbia Scenic Gorge area and all the logistics. So what's the current, it looked to me like when I reviewed this, the current philosophy was to just remodel Jemtegard.
Which would be a major renovation and remodeling project, and then there would be an expansion in connection with that.
I mean, I'd have to say for my 1 hour touring Jemtegard, it would be a huge project.
Yeah.
We have a lot of work to do there.
Yeah, it's about 30 years old. That building is fast approaching. I think next year it'll be 30 years.
Okay. Camas facilities plan?
Real quick question. How long will that renovation extend the life of Jota Garden?
I don't know, because I don't know if the level of planning and architectural design and study's been done yet to figure out exactly what that new building would
Okay, thanks.
look like and built up would. Camas?
Camas?
Okay, for the Camas School District, Camas has 5 elementary schools, 2 middles, 1 high school, and 1 alternative, Hayes Freedom. The total capacity in the schools in the Camas School District is 5,791. That's how many students their schools can serve. In 2017, their forecast enrollment is, 6,544, so an increase of over 700 students from where they currently are. The majority of the growth at the Camas School District is at the elementary level, with some growth at the high school level. Camas, as you know, passed a bond. Their bond program calls for, they've made some of the improvements already in the bond program. The improvements they're continuing to finish up on and that are going to occur to address forecast growth include expansions at Dorothy Fox Elementary, expansions at the high school, and they're in the design and bidding phase for a new elementary school that will be built. The total cost for their needed facilities is $42.5 million. This is money that, with impact fees, it plays a role in state match, but they do have the funding secured for their school improvements. Their impact fees have been updated using their current facility needs and using their current construction costs. Their single-family fee is dropping to $4,460, and their multifamily fee is dropping to $2,604. The primary factor that's causing their fees to drop is that they've seen a decline in the average number of students that are living in new single-family homes. Their construction costs, because when we did their plan 2 years ago, they were in the phase of their bond, so their construction costs really have remained pretty consistent and constant. There's not a huge drop in construction costs in Camas, but they are seeing fewer students per housing unit.
Good morning. The fees that we've got on the books are?
4,000 and 2,000.
Same
for
for both.
Washington.
Questions in regards to the Camas capital facilities plan?
I would just say, as, you know, a Washougal City Council person, that we do have relatively few Camas school district areas within our footprint, but obviously we do need to support that school system. Camas, I mean, I have to say, Camas has an incredibly good school system, one of the best in the state. So we need to continue to promote that. Whatever is equitable, fair, that's what we need to do.
I think as far as Camas School District, one huge piece of the puzzle for us figuring out which rates are going to be best for us to pass on our portion of that would be knowing that piece about how many lots are there that could even have this fee applied to them. Once we know that, it's going to be a lot easier to have a little context for whether we need to change anything here.
Mitch, anything from staff?
The only question that I would ask would be timing. How soon, typically in the past, we've had this go until January 1. And so I'm just kind of interested from the school district how soon we want to move this forward.
From a purely school district perspective, our goal is always to have it done by the end of the year and have new changes in fees take effect in January. That's how we've consistently operated. 2 years ago, when we updated the plan, the Clark County commissioners were really insistent that they wanted cities to act on school district plans before they took action, because they'd like to know, which makes sense, the urban areas are in the cities, and so they don't want to be put in a position as elected officials in the county to adopt a decision to set a fee amount, not knowing yet what the cities are going to do. So I've indicated to the county that we would relay their request and concern to the cities, and maybe if the cities can finalize their action by September, October, late summer, early fall. Usually the county commissioners don't start acting, having hearings until sometime between October, November, and then final action in December.
Has the planning commission heard from the voters?
No, this is the first presentation by the school district, so there'll be another work session for planning commission alone where they'll be able to.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Thank you very much. Thank you. Being here. Mitch, results.
Thank you. I'd like to take a little bit of time when we had the schedule with the school district coming in, kind of sat down and looked at a couple of things that are current topics for both city council and for planning commission. And the two that we've probably discussed ad nauseum a little bit, but I think it'd be good for us to all be in the same room and have a discussion about relate one to the rezones, and then we'll also talk about signs, and if there's anything else for the group, we can do that. This first part is really going to be old news for the planning commission, but maybe newer news for city council, as this has gone through the planning commission hearing already for the rezone. But I'd like to touch base real quick on what we have proposed and what we will be bringing forward to city council, and we can talk timing as well. The proposed amendments that we're looking at, we have a text amendment, and then we have 5 actual property amendments associated with that. The first one, and this is, I'm just kind of, 40,000 feet here, so we'll get into a little bit, but I'd also like to talk about some of the public comments that we got, and if the Planning Commission has any insight and additional comments on that, it'd be great. The first one was a comprehensive plan text amendment. It was an amendment to Chapter 7, which was our economic development chapter. And what we looked at doing here, this is for if you're rezoning property from industrial to some other designation. And so what we looked at was eliminating design review criteria. We underwent an extensive commercial design standards and implemented those a few years ago. We don't really need this another design review just to change the zoning of the property. The zoning, if you change it to commercial, you have that design review that we've worked really hard on. And so eliminating that requirement to have design review when we already really have design review. The other one was to eliminate the master plan requirement. Again, zoning gets at what we want. We worked hard on that zoning designation for commercial designations. We worked hard on the commercial design standards. So that criteria gets at the design and the elements that we want. So that was the proposed amendment, was to remove those 2 criteria from the comp plan amendments, or from the text. Actually, turning to the map changes, the first was LeBrun. This is a comprehensive plan designation change only. This area of property here on Woodburn Hill is actually, the comprehensive plan designation for it is multifamily. The zoning on it is single family. So they're inconsistent right now. So our proposal was to change this from multifamily comprehensive plan designation to single family. It consists of about 19.82 acres, and again, the current comp plan is multifamily, proposed as single family. There's also, on this piece as well as this piece, there's a preliminarily approved subdivision for about 67, actually maybe more than that, upward of, I think, about 100 lots already approved for single family in there. So to be consistent with our zoning, we wanted to make that comprehensive plan map change to single family. We had one comment on this one, and it was a written comment from a gentleman that lives right next to it, and his concerns related more to the development of the property, not the rezone itself. but actual construction of the development. The next one is the port, the park property. Consists of approximately 4 acres. The current comprehensive plan designation on it is commercial. The proposed comprehensive plan, what we're looking at is proposed comp plan. We would make it would be parks and open space. And the current zoning on it, again, is highway commercial. And our proposed zoning is institutional and public, which is the zoning designation that allows us to capture our parks and our open spaces. We had about a handful of comments on this, all in favor, very much in favor of having it zoned to the parks and protecting that park as well. So all good there.
When you say institutional, what does that include?
It actually includes school districts are in that as well. It also includes our fire stations and our sewer treatment plant. So it's kind of captures all the city parks. The west end, rezone, Starbucks, that complex there. This area, about 33 parcels plus portions of 2 others, one that actually extends into Camas and then this one that's actually split zoned right now. Again, about 30 acres total. The current comprehensive plan designation on it is industrial. The proposed comprehensive plan, we would change it to commercial. The current zoning on it is light industrial, plus there's a mixed use overlay on it. That's how we have the Starbucks there, we have the bank there, and we have those kind of more commercial oriented uses, was because of the mixed use designation there. As part of the rezone, the mixed use designation would go away. The proposed zoning on it would be to change it to highway commercial. We had 2 comments on this one, one of which was written comment, a gentleman that lived over in this neighborhood, concerned again with development itself, traffic, wanted looking at speed bumps, and there was a lady that got up and testified at the hearing echoing those same concerns, and we basically said that the rezone itself is not doing those things or causing those things, but at the time of development, they would be re-notified of any development if they were within 500 feet, and then they could comment at that time as well. And the other interesting part is that is our city boundary, and so a lot of this traffic would be going through Camas, and so as part of that development process, we would have to be working closely with Camas in order to, if there was mitigation necessary, that we would have to be implementing within their jurisdiction as well. Obviously, they would be receive notice of application as well. The Hamilton Plan Amendment, the site, probably all very familiar with the mill site, the old mill site. It's about 15 acres right now. The current comprehensive plan designation is industrial. The proposed comprehensive plan designation would be to change that comp plan to commercial. Again, the current zoning is also industrial, or heavy industrial, excuse me. And the proposed zoning would be to change it to highway commercial. We only had 1 written comment on this, was in favor, and we didn't have anybody testify at the hearing one way or another on this property. You look at this being an industrial piece, it is in fact surrounded by commercial all the way down to about here. And again, with the exception of the park portion that we're taking, it would be consistent with all the surrounding commercial property that we currently have there. Then we move to E Street. E Street by far had the most comments on it. It is a plan amendment and a rezone. Consists of about 266 parcels of property along the corridor, approximately 60 acres. And there's a few comprehensive plan designations. We have single family along there, we have multifamily along there, and we also have existing commercial from a comprehensive plan designation. The proposed comprehensive plan for the entire area, designated area, would be to take it to commercial. As you expect, current zoning, we have several. We have R175, which is the single family. We have AR16 and AR22, which is the multifamily designations. And we also have convenience commercial, which is the existing commercial within the area that we are proposing to change to community commercial. So, real quick, looking at the zoning area here at the on the west side, you have Washougal River Road all the way over to Lechner 6th. These are the affected parcels of property. The green is existing convenience commercial property that we would propose changing to community commercial, which would match this designation down here. The yellow is existing single family designation that we would propose also changing to community commercial. So it's just these are just straightforward rezones. There's no comprehensive plan changes for those green. It's just a rezone for those properties. Looking on the other end, again, Washougal River Road all the way out to 39th. Here's 32nd. The affected properties here, again, we already have a lot of community commercial along through the corridor. This kind of color here is your multifamily AR22. You have one piece of AR16 out here, and again, your convenience commercials that are proposed to be changed to community commercial. This end is the residential portion of it. Smead's Tavern, which was the only actual formal application made at the time a year ago to rezone the property, sits right on the corner right here. There was a lot of discussion about the entire East Street corridor. Concerns with property taxes, with if their house was rezoned to commercial, would they have to tear their house down? What kind of renovations could they do? And so the biggest thing and the kind of different recommendation that came from Planning Commission was to end this proposed rezone on this end out here, right at the veterinarian clinic that is out there. There was a petition from several of the neighbors in this area that came, that was put together. A lot of people then came to testify related to that, and the Planning Commission heard that testimony and felt that it was better to cut that back short, to take in the, because the veterinarian clinic was very interested in having his property rezoned, but pretty much everybody east of that was not concerned with it. Is there any?
Where's Smead's compared to the vet?
Well, yeah.
The vet and Safeway.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fine, thank you.
Yeah, that's Smead's, the vet's right there. So it's basically taking in 2 additional lots.
Two parcels.
Is what the proposal was for. Again, a lot of public testimony related to East Street, and I anticipate the same when it comes back to City Council.
I find myself in the unusual position of asking a question about so-called smart growth policies, which usually suggest the need for multi-use, multiple uses in an area, housing and commercial and all the rest of it, all in one area. We seem to be going away from that. Is there a reason for that?
Well, we're actually not, because our commercial designation, community commercial specifically, allows for multifamily as well, allows for single family as well. And so you can get that mix of uses. It actually allows for a higher multifamily rate than our AR22 does. It allows you to get up to 30 units per acre from a residential standpoint. So it actually allows for those mix of uses to occur along the entire corridor.
Okay, thank you.
Mitch, what is the Orchard Hills Veterinary Clinic? It's zoned residential now, so are they operating under a variance that they've had from when it was in the county?
They're an existing legal non-conforming use. So that limits their ability to expand And same with Smeads. Smeads, you know, the owners of Smeads have been, well, I've been here 6 years. They've been here probably 5, you know, asking this question about rezones. At one time, we talked about it and we didn't pursue it. And we had some different criteria in place and different resolutions that were passed recently by the council related to rezoning along the arterials and along 14. So that kind of changed their ability to expand. But they've always wanted to do different things there, but they've been limited because of, given their non-conforming use. And so they're very adamant about, you know, moving that portion forward.
Are there any existing uses which would be non-conforming under community commercial?
Nope.
What's the increase in density, population density?
That's a very good question, and I had that on my other slideshow presentation. I can find out for you, but it is, well, there's a couple of things that you have to look at, depending on if everybody calculated it out at 30 units per acre. We actually, if you'll recall, part of the transportation capital facility plan update was, in order to do these rezones, we had to do kind of a worst case scenario from a transportation standpoint. If this was rezoned, what would the corridors look like? Would any intersections be failing? So we did do that. We have some of those numbers that I will be providing to the council at the work session.
And then the follow-on question to that is, how does it impact the transportation?
Yeah, actually every level of service for the intersection level of service was good, with one exception, and it was actually a late calculation that they did, and that was Washougal River Road and E Street. And they did offer some mitigation, and that was really what the charge was, is what would the impacts be and what kind of mitigation would you be looking at? So it's not like, well, it's going to be a level service F, therefore you can't do the rezone. It's not that. What they did talk about was doing a short right turn lane, I believe, as you heading north on Washougal River Road as you come down. It would have to be very short given what we have there, but from a feasibility standpoint, that was the mitigation that was offered. Now, as part of we are working on the transportation capital facility plan right now, so there may be some other options that come out that could address that.
Of the things you can mitigate at that intersection, that's probably the most important.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a short right turn lane there now heading east.
Right, and that,
Such as it is.
yeah, and that's probably the one that we have to look at.
Many of the parcels that are north of E Street, you know, on the current map there are residential. How does this impact the assessed value and the property tax on those parcels should it go commercial?
I'll give you the same answer that I gave at the Planning Commission, which is the same answer that I got. I always say you have to contact the county assessor's office to find out what the assessed value will be. Mm-hmm. Now, I've contacted them, and basically what they say to us is it's market driven. If those properties are all of a sudden now commercial and someone comes along and starts buying up, you know, single family residences on commercial property, then that value, that market value for those similar properties is going to start going up. I.e., your assessed values are going to start going up and your taxes will start going up. But, and he was very quick to point out, that is not the case that is happening right now.
So then one additional question, if the properties, you know, far to the east on north of E Street, like east of the Orchard Hills Veterinary Clinic, if those are not going to be rezoned because of pressure, consumer pressure, then what would the impact be if there were consumer pressure along some of the subsidiary residential parcels, you know, along the core?
Well, I think that, and that's, you know, that's council's charge in adopting the rezones and looking at the rezones. But what we heard at Planning Commission, at that hearing, there was, and I think there was reservations along the corridor. There was. There was questions about why did we go further back? And, that was actually Planning Commission's decision at the time to go further back, because if you're looking at acquiring smaller properties, it's easier to get that and to actually get a whole block, if you will, if you're gonna try to aggregate properties together for a larger development. So that's the reason why we started looking back. From there, there wasn't a concentrated effort of anybody, making those claims or they weren't being as specific, I guess, related to these properties along through here. It was very, very concentrated on that area.
Well, and in at least one work session prior to the hearing, the Planning Commission had discussed that maybe this was just extending too far, because there weren't any existing commercial pieces there beyond the veterinary clinic. And so maybe it would make sense to cut it short at that point. And Planning Commission said, well, let's see, how people comment at the hearing. So it was kind of reinforced then by the public comment.
Very good point. I do want to, if I could point out one thing real quick. This property right here, this gentleman actually made a very specific request to be in the rezone area. And Planning Commission's recommendation was to add that parcel into that.
One of them that's colored now, or?
One of that is not colored. That one right on the edge there.
But
Yeah, Mitch, during that hearing, we all heard a number of comments where people were assuming when this is put into place, when Washougal goes rezone, that it's going to happen immediately, and that all these properties are going to be bought up, and there's going to be a lot of either real happy people or real unhappy people. And then it was brought out, you might want to talk a little bit about where we look at how long this could be, what kind of a plan this is, because that was my estimation too when I first started listening was, geez, this could really change things around, and then the reality is maybe not so.
Yeah, well, and I think the thing that if you take a step back at why we're even looking at doing this, it's economic development. That was our charge to the Planning Commission. We were looking at this entire corridor. We have very good commercial design standards. We have an East Street project that's going forward, that's redoing that entire corridor. When we were doing the commercial design standards, we knew about what was going to happen on East Street, and so we knew that we were going to put a big facelift on that thing. Those commercial design standards are an effort to, enhance that and bring value to that. So we looked at the entire corridor as having the potential for good economic development. Now, once it's rezoned, the rezoning of itself will, you pass it and 5 days later there it is. But then it's there. Now it's someone needs to come in, look at it, acquire property, and start putting things together. Right now, if anybody asks us about this, we'd have to say, well, no, it's not zoned that way. And then how do we go through that process to get it there? And if you're looking, it may be 5 years, 10 years, 15, who knows how many years down the line before really something develops. But at least you've put the pieces in place. At least you've made it an option for developers and development and economic development along that corridor.
Who did staff initiate this rezone?
Yes.
That came from staff? And then you said on the property taxes that in fact it may climb up, but it's due to the market.
Yeah, it's all market. The assessors look at, all they look at is market. And if there's someone that's gobbling up a bunch of properties, single-family residences in a commercial designation, and that's consistent throughout the corridor or throughout the city, then they'll value it. But
if they're buying them up at prices.
At a
exactly.
premium.
If they're buying a house in a commercial zone, that's not going to do anything. That's not going to trigger anybody's red flag. They bought a house. But if they paid a premium because of it's commercial, then those kind of things build on each other.
There's 3 or 4 examples down around the school bus barns now where you've got some vacant homes, that type of stuff. That, unless you're rehabbing them completely, they're probably better off as bare lots, whether those are going to sell for more or less than what the units itself.
You know, and you mentioned the bus barn, I wish Doug was here, but the school district was very much, they have a large piece of property in the middle. They're very much in favor of the rezone, so.
Sean, I have one more, please. Why did you come up with the G Street designation for as far as you went? As far as north?
Again, we were talking about if you're gonna look at acquiring property along here, going back an additional block. And this property all through here, because originally this is all we had. We only had these lots along the front. And then as planning commission, we discussed, well, if you're gonna come in and acquire property, you're not gonna want this and then come back and then you've got a house right here. You'd like to look at getting an entire block or a chunk of property with that frontage around. And so that's why we went back here. Now, you get over here, it's not as clean as that, because there's, like for instance, there's a brand new townhouse development that's right here, a couple years. I didn't see the reason in putting that line, so we went around it, we jogged, but I tried to make it as even as possible as we went through there.
Mitch, could you address the, relative to how long this might take and the lack of a way overcoming Washougal? How much acreage we've got here in commercial relative to the acreage that's perhaps been absorbed in the last 5 or 8 years?
Now, I answered that question at planning commission, and I had it all off the top of my head.
And it was such a good answer.
Yes, it was. It was brilliant. You know, I can't, off the top of my head, I don't want to fathom guess. I have 120 stuck in my brain, but I don't want to go, do you remember?
No.
Okay, because you were the one that asked me it there.
Would it be safe to say it's multiples of 5 years more than we've absorbed in the last 5? Maybe, yeah. But if you look at from a commercial standpoint and potential, I mean, from what, and not necessarily along, and I think E Street is a different animal than the other rezones that we're Well,
talking.
and this is only a minor point, not a minor, this is a small portion of the total vacant available commercial that we have available in town.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you start adding
If you
up-
consider it vacant.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Mr. Mayor? Yes. Just as a point of order, I understand that we have several people.
If you've got conversations, you're more than welcome to move forward.
As with some very hot button issues, I understand that we very likely have some members of the public that would like to comment on this after we're done with our portion of this discussion. Would it be possible to insert a public comment on this portion so they don't have to wait until the rest of the entire agenda, just to accommodate those people who have come for this segment? That's all I wanted to point out. Sure. Thanks.
Other questions? Mitch, one that I've got, I understand the going back to G Street, at least up through the 12th Street area. Can you explain the F to G Street?
This portion?
Yep.
Again, drawing that
I don't see us
line.
vacating that street. I don't see us vacating F.
This vacating F? No, I don't see us vacating F either.
So if somebody were to come in, pick a name, I don't care who it is,
Well-
and want a big chunk of land and look at purchasing between E and G, they're not gonna be able to build on all of it. They're only gonna be able to build E to F
Mhm.
and then F to G.
And I think it's one, it's who you're getting. If you're looking at these properties, let's say you acquired all these properties and these properties, you'd have a different development pattern there. You'd have, internal circulation roads that would run throughout this thing serving that. Here you would have more, ideally you would have more, given our commercial design standards, you'd have buildings coming right up to the front of F, and that F would be much more, pedestrian, you're just walking in storefront, that kind of thing. So two different, I guess, feels that you would have from a development standpoint there. But to answer your question, we went back here, and so we decided to make that, move it back, yeah.
And in development standards, what do we have for what would be the south side of G that would assist homeowners on the north side of G in regards to looking at commercial development straight across the street?
We have buffering standards. Depending on where you are locating, say parking has to be behind the buildings, or they're not looking at parking lots. If you do put parking out front, you have higher percentage of the landscape requirements. You have possibly wall requirements, B3 buffer requirements, which is a 6-foot wall with screen, vegetation, trees, one tree every 30 feet. So it really, there's a little bit of give and take there, because if, say that you have an existing building that's sitting toward the back, but now the only place to put your parking is here. Yeah, you could do that, but you have a higher, screening requirement because of that.
Mitch, I wanted to comment. That's one of the reasons that we brought it back to double lots, was in respect of the residents on north on the side of G Street. To allow for buffering. If you build out on those small lots, there's no room for buffering.
Yeah, and you get a fence with landscaping.
Yeah.
Where here you could have a streetscape and, I don't know.
Right.
Good point.
So, I have a question for you. With regards to that segment between F and G Street then, are we, presumably that could increase the amount of traffic that's going down G Street for businesses along there.
Yep.
With a grade school and a park.
It just seems, yeah, on some level, I'm not sure that really makes much sense in the way I'm thinking in comparison to just stopping it at F Street. Because it would, yeah, I understand we have a nice straight line that continues all the way to Washougal River Road, but considering how small F Street is, if F Street remains a street, like saying we're not vacating it at any time, then it really seems like kind of an odd place to start encouraging more traffic coming down G Street and F Street. It's a pretty narrow street too, if I remember correctly.
All of them.
Yeah, and the only response to that would be development coming in has to improve the road to our existing standards, curb, gutter, sidewalk, widening.
But that's only for their
portion of it. You bet.
Portion,
You
right,
bet.
which is going to look very bizarre when it starts coming in piecemeal.
It always does.
Yeah, yeah.
Refresh my memory, isn't the church overflow parking lot north of F Street?
Yep.
What other non-residential development is there between F and G?
None that I'm aware of. I think the Grange is right here. That's about the only thing that non-Grange you can do in residential too.
But the church parking lot counts as church, which is residential?
They actually had to get a conditional use permit for that off-street parking facility there.
Okay.
Because it's churches and their parking are allowed within the residential district via conditional use permit.
But that's the only parking lot or anything
That's
conditional use.
Right.
in
The
that
church
strip.
itself is not commercial.
Right, right. But there's no other conditional use between F and G?
None that I'm aware of, no.
Makes a great skateboard park though.
Yes, I have a question about something you kind of ran right over.
Okay.
The parking behind the business, can you kind of go over that a little bit, and which specific lots and areas you were talking about?
Well, our commercial design standards require buildings to be put up front to the street. And so if you have a vacant lot, and then if you look at the Hickey building down here, the building's right out to the street.
Right.
And they were fortunate enough, they put their parking underground. And so if they move your building out to the street, your parking is then back behind that, your business. So you have the street, building, and parking. So now, for some reason that you can't do that, so your building is, maybe you have an existing building already that's sitting back off of the sidewalk or off the street. So then the only place to put your parking is between your building and the street. Then it requires a greater buffer screening for that part. So you're not just looking and seeing the parking lot. There's landscaping, low walls to break it up and that kind of thing.
So if you're looking at the developments, basically west of F, you're wanting to take it back to G, and someone purchases, over this way.
Yeah, that's like 22nd.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and someone purchases, say, 4 lots that are contiguous back up through G Street. Technically, if they tear everything down and build new, their parking lot has to go
back.
behind. So their parking lot is basically on G Street.
Right.
Is that what you're saying?
Right.
So that, of course, would definitely increase the traffic on G Street, and it would basically make G Street partly a parking lot.
Or
Gateway there now? Isn't Gateway Church there now? No.
Between, Gateway's on the other side of 12.
I think that what we're wrestling with, and I think what Planning Commission wrestles with is, there's economic development and then there's what comes from economic development. I mean, there are impacts to that. And how do you best mitigate for those impacts? I think what the Planning Commission did, and I think what City Council did in 2007 when we adopted the commercial design standards was a really good shot at that. I think that we did put a lot of effort into that, and we have a good, design review code there that gets at the look, the feel that we wanted to see there. And
wasn't that kind of focused more so on the downtown area, though?
No, we had 2 separate. It was modeled off of that, but we took it and we expanded it out to the other throughout the city, throughout all commercial designations.
I mean, what you're talking about. I'm sorry, Paul. In just a sec. What you're talking about on F Street, with the storefronts and the pedestrian and encouraging all of that sort of thing. This is the whole conversation we had with Main Street and wanting to encourage that sort of thing there. I hesitate to think about, trying to develop something that mimics yet another Main Street when we already have a downtown. See what I'm saying? It is residential, yes, thank you.
Mitch, can we prohibit exiting onto G Street?
Not really, especially given what our engineering standards call for now. If you have access to a lower classification, then you have to take it off that classification. Therefore, we would limit access off of E Street, so you'd have a lot of internal circulation roads that would come back to here. Now we have a lot of existing accesses, and it really depends on how development comes in. You look at the Safeway complex, they acquired all that property and then put that project together. And so if you get individual pieces coming in, you're gonna have individual driveways like you do now out on E Street. And that may not change. That may not change for a long time unless someone comes in and starts acquiring property and aggregating it together.
But for those properties that may acquire from E to G, we don't have a way to restrict back access going out the north side?
Not under current standards. I mean, if you were gonna, I guess the thing would be is how would you look at, how would you want to do that? And I'm not an engineer, so I'm not a transportation engineer, and that's the ones that, that would have to be looking at that. Obviously, we would want to limit some sort of, pass by or pass through and that kind of thing, and ideally you do that with your plan. But if you only have, if I bought these properties back here or back here.
I'm not talking about those. I'm talking if you buy properties that are contiguous from E to G, or an overall plan of some sort.
Under current code, you'd have to take access off the back, off of G, the lower classification road.
G and F are different, or?
G and F are the same classification, they're neighborhoods.
Same for both of those?
Yeah.
Okay.
Couple of things. One of the things about the E Street, G Street circulation is a whole lot of the E Street project is what's called access control. And the ability to move 10 or 12,000 cars a day down that street depends on not having lots and lots of driveways that people are coming in and out of. Every one of those driveways that somebody turns into slows down that whole street. And so the access control is a big part of the design on that East Street project.
No, I get all that.
And then-
My assumption is that these things aren't gonna develop piecemeal.
Right.
Meaning lot by lot by lot by lot by lot, so there's not gonna be 48 driveways on the north side of East Street. There's
But-
gonna end up being 25, some number in there, but less accesses than there are today. I don't think the safety issue is the number of vehicles entering onto East Street. I think the safety issue is the number of points they're entering onto East Street from, and the multiple times that vehicles already carrying through that corridor have to watch for vehicles entering. My question is merely to try and mitigate those effects of what's gonna happen to the folks that still live on the north side of G Street of not having all of that back there. Now, for fire safety, all that type of stuff, great, go ahead and put the red chain systems back there that the fenders on the bumpers on the fire truck can get through, that type of stuff. But as far as casual access going through and adding to that, unless we're prepared to go through and do full street improvements, either half street improvements to G Street in order to carry that amount of traffic back there.
And then the other thing I wanted to mention is about the design standards. If you want to see an example of before the design standards, you go down to where the beauty shop is on East Street, 20 couple.
You have to be more specific.
Where you, I'm sorry?
Oh, Temptations, thank you.
Where you have a box of a building that's set in the middle of the lot with parking all the way around it. The new design standards was Schuylkill Flowers, which is built to the street and with the parking behind. And if you think about the street environment, I think that, and all of the building and safety issues, traffic issues that with Schuylkill Flowers is a vast improvement.
Can, just for sake of, this is coming back to you. So I wanted to make sure that, I think it's a great discussion, and I think it's a discussion that we need to continue as we move forward. What I was looking at, date-wise, was actually looking at the 9th for a workshop, and then I had the 16th, but it'd actually be the 23rd. I don't know why I had 16th, but the 23rd and the 30th, so that's the 5, we have 5 Mondays. Would it be the 16th?
That's the third Monday.
That's the 3rd, okay.
Yeah, that would work.
Okay, so that would work, okay, all right. So on the 9th, then, I would be bringing this back to a work session similar to what we've been talking about, a little more detail, answer some of those questions that we've had. I can do a little bit of research on the G and F and limiting access there and see what we have. But
I had a comment about East Street, and it seems to me like if you were going to put a major commercial building, retail center on East Street, that you're at, all the traffic flow on East Street's a major arterial. So your access and egress would be from East Street and not from G Street. Even if you went back there, even if your parking lot was behind your access and egress, most of the people would be entering and exiting your building on East Street and not on G Street.
But given that it isn't our major arterial, you want to limit those accesses onto East Street. In current engineering standards, that's what it requires. And so current standards say if you have access to a lower classification road, then that's where you take access. Now, it does give the Public Works Director the ability to look at options and different things, and that may be a case-by-case thing that we have to look at as we move through there. Ideally, I think that if you're looking at, if this is something that is of such concern that we have to look at making some sort of modification related to that, then that's something that we could, possibly discuss with council.
In the case of the flower shop, whenever I go there, I access it from East Street. And
they had a joint driveway with the church. The church already had one there. We actually basically said, fine, you can have this access here, but you're gonna share it with East Street. Because we originally started saying, no, you're gonna take it over here. But now we said, well,
But
let's look at access.
there is access from behind also.
Yes. Mhm.
And,
From 12.
on Safeway, there's access from the residential streets from behind.
Mhm.
But, they're only used by the residents. Nobody uses those streets to access.
Some of the
Safeway.
semi-trucks use.
Why would you?
I do.
Well, why would you go?
Because where I come from, I come
Oh,
down
okay.
and I go on that
right.
road right
All
through the back into the parking lot. Yeah.
But, I mean, there's there's not a traffic problem.
No, I haven't had an accident or anything, no.
F Street through there is a much better street than G Street or F Street.
Yes.
Over on this side.
Yes.
though.
And there was improvements done as part of that project along those
But
streets.
even without, they still
Yes.
had curbs and.
They had much wider right-of-way there as well.
So, if I may, the one big concern I have about this is that if we start mixing the larger, I can't predict, and I don't think any of us really can accurately predict, government never can, what's going to happen in the future, what is going to be the next wave of growth as far as businesses are concerned. It might just be small businesses, it might be just large box stores, I don't know. But if we make the assumption that on the west side of 12th Street, one block is bought up by a bigger store, and they have their access in the back, and they have a nice, or they even get a variance, or somehow they have access from the front end. Most of their traffic is going along East Street, and they have access from the front. Next to that business, we have somebody else who wants to develop a smaller property, and they have, by 2 lots, so they don't have a whole parking, they don't have a whole block to themselves, but they have basically just 2 lots. Under our current design standards, they would have to have their parking lot in the back. Would they be restricted from, under our current standards, if they don't have a waiver or variance of any sort, would they have to have the only access from the back, or could they have a driveway that goes to the parking lot in the back? That make sense? My question?
Not really. So if there's a big block, a big business, and then we're talking about the two smaller ones that are right next to it, would they have a driveway that's coming off of E Street, coming to the back?
Or would their only access be from G Street?
Well, I guess under current standards, what the code says, if you have that access to a lesser classification, that's where you take your access. So you wouldn't have something coming off of E Street. Now, assume that you didn't have access back to G Street, then yes, you'd have a driveway that would run right past your building to your parking lot in the back.
Right, so if they only had 1 lot, but they didn't have 2 contiguous lots
Right.
that go the entire length of the width between the 2 streets. But so here's the problem that I see with this, or a potential problem that we should consider. And that is, if you have a concern that buys up enough lots to have basically commanding a whole block worth of commercial property that they use for one purpose, if they do that, that's setting up sort of a domino effect of everybody else has to follow suit or else not build there. Because if your main entrance is off of East Street, and that's your main arterial, you're gonna have a lot of traffic coming off of there, and if it makes sense for, I don't know whether it be an Albertsons or whatever, to have their parking lot in front, as it usually typically is for them, then everybody else around them, as far as the major businesses or I should say minor businesses would be concerned, is they couldn't feed off of that unless G Street was the main access for the big business. I don't know if this is getting too confusing, but what I'm saying is, if the big concern has main access off of E Street, then that's basically effectively prohibiting the smaller businesses that next door to it from even starting up. And it basically sets up only big businesses along E Street.
Well,
potentially.
I guess if you want to develop a commercial business, okay, you want to be on E Street. You want people to see you. And to be back there on G Street, it's like, I don't need to be. And then if you're on E Street, you want people to actually be able to get in there. So they're going to they don't mind putting their parking back behind, but they're gonna want that person approaching them to come off of East Street.
That's right.
And park behind them.
That was my point.
And to the extent that that can't happen, they may find a different place to be.
Well,
Exactly.
and I think the point is too, is that the engineering standards say what they say. It also gives us the caveat of, what we can, the planning, or the community, Public Works Director can look at doing for that access. I think at a minimum, and this is standard regardless of what jurisdiction you're in, is you're gonna look at consolidations of driveways. So you're gonna have joint driveways. So if you have one business here, if you have the Albertsons here and they have a driveway off East Street, then the business that comes in next is gonna share that driveway. So they will have that kind of access to get into the facility. So, and I think the other thing that it also talks about is, reciprocal access agreements between the businesses and reciprocal parking agreements between those businesses. So you get that flow that's not along the corridor, but it's actually within the complex itself. And so those are the kind of things that from a design standpoint that we have to look at case by case by case, and sometimes you nail it on the head and other times you don't, but it really just is a function of who's walking through the door and what is it that they want to do. And the design standards were never meant to be something that prohibited development from occurring. In fact, it meant to encourage it, but to get the type of development that we as a city wanted to get at. So I think that from that, using it that way, that kind of tool, if you will, I think we can get there.
Yeah, without a doubt, somewhere along the way, we're going to find a happy medium in there, or take a look at what our standards are. The east side, I certainly understand where the planning commission went. That, the bulk of the area on East Street, in my mind, is truly commercial. It has some residential that's still in there, but it's truly commercial. It's going to continue to develop as commercial regardless of what we do. The east end, is in the nature of the roadways.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the lack of commercial development out there, there's still more residential roadways, not commercial roadways and that type of stuff, even though we've got schools out there, and we've got different things to the northeast side, so.
And we have improvements identified within our CFP that's coming forward for that whole.
Dave, any thoughts that you've got in regards to the design standards and the traffic flows and?
My sense is that the decision that will be in front of the council is plotting a course for 5, 10, 15, or 20 years. We can look at those design standards if that's important in order to help facilitate a decision. I think Mitch has nailed it when he says that there's some flexibility. If we get a large development that comes in along East Street, I can guarantee you there'll be access off of East Street.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll be granting a road modification to our standards to grant it, but it will be safer than it currently is because 5 or 6 accesses will go away and it will be one. And you'll have hopefully very creative developers coming into the community who will create scenarios where you come off of E and then you get in there and it's this whole other thing depending on how much they get. And it's very parcelized obviously because it developed as residential. Those types of details will sort themselves out. It's difficult to hear that because you hear the standard says you have to take it off of G, but those sorts of details sort out in the site plan process. What would be interesting is, and it'll really depend, and sometimes it will be, as you said, what comes first. How does it develop? And who buys what and what happens? And then you would start to see a pattern. And the smaller it is, the smaller the development is, the less likely we would be to want to grant a road modification to introduce additional access points along E. Ultimately, if you could replan the whole thing, you would carve out how long those properties would be. You'd be designing it for warrants of signals and how spaced the signals would be and all of that. And you start to look at different commercial corridors for high-use commercial corridors in urban areas like 192nd or Mill Plain or 4th Plain or some of those other ones. That's the kind of arterial that East Street is shaping up to be based on our standard. That would be where you would get your example, if you look at those types of streets. Major spine going through the community that's a commercial corridor. So I think there's lots of flexibility. If we need to show you that flexibility and even make tweaks or adjust it if we perceive that that flexibility doesn't exist, we can companion that to this. But the fundamental question I think that's in front of you as to this north or south line and where you go, do you want to have the transition from a future commercial corridor be at a street or at an interior property line? And it's two very different animals. If it's at an interior property line, then you're buffering standards around how that works, so you don't end up with a 25-foot high concrete block wall right in your backyard, or the alleyway where they're doing box compacting and deliveries at night, right in somebody's backyard. Very difficult to have commercial where you want to have some big stuff right to somebody's backyard. So if you draw the line mid-block, you introduce that possibility. It's easier to control it if you go all the way to the street, then you avoid that circumstance. But then potentially you've created some traffic on the other side, but you mitigate that by confining access, have it off of E. I can see new streets coming in that might be private. Depends on how big it would be. If you look at the Safeway project, it's not quite exactly the same, but I guess, and I confess I haven't gone behind Safeway, but there's a street right immediately behind it.
Okay. There's two accesses to the east and west.
And there's some space between the north of the Safeway building and the street to the
Like a fire lane.
It's a fire lane right on there. Is that better? Is it better to have that fire lane in that back side of the development at a street with houses across the street? Is that the case there?
Yeah, well,
And-
there's houses actually right there.
Right. Back there. Okay, so that's an interior property line.
And that's actually, Dave, that's a very good point, because the property management company actually despises that. They hate it. It is a complaints, you know, graffiti, they get police. They've actually got, you know, fencing on it now, which they're trying to help alleviate that. But yeah, the property maintenance company cannot stand that.
I think when you transition from commercial that allows large development to single-family residential, I think streets are a good delineator between those two types of zoning. I think that's a common concept in that. When you transition at interior lot lines, you may want to have different gradations of use so that you don't end up with big commercial development immediately contiguous to single family. And the trick with this is you cast your vision for what you want along this corridor. You're casting out a vision in the long term. Mitch mentioned there are implications, and one of those implications is that there's existing uses there, and so it has impact and effect. How do you mitigate that, and how do you make the transition happen? And do those impacts cause you to think differently about casting that vision, and how do you do it? That's really the crux of it. It's one of the most difficult decisions probably that you have to face in a community as you're casting that vision for where you want that commercial corridor to be.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons I got involved with the local government here, was that I could see so much potential for this community. Having come from a very large community like Hillsborough is now, that's a mess over there. Had that city taken the foresight this city is, into saying, okay, change is gonna happen. What can we do proactively to get the most bang out of it? Protecting the citizens as much as we can with very strong design standards, very strong. Those guys have to pay the piper if they wanna come in here, right? But in the meantime, you've got a major arterial going right down Washougal, and I gotta tell you, it's gonna happen. You try to stick your head in the sand, it won't flow. So why don't we work with it, get what we can, we decide what comes, Washougal decides what we want. They pay the piper, and I think we all prosper. Having said that, for the nice people here that live there, maybe not such a great idea, but you've been living there for a long time, time changes, things happen. That's all I can tell you.
Kick people out of their house.
you'll sell at a higher price.
Then you have to go pay a higher
Folks,
price to get
folks,
some other
folks,
piece of property.
folks, we're gonna get to you in a moment. We need to try and get our hands around the discussion. Jennifer?
I just have a question. Did we not address the south side of East Street?
It's already commercial.
Okay, but is it community commercial?
Yes, all along through here, this portion right through here, this is all community commercial, that's why there's no proposed changes there.
Okay.
All of this area through here is already community commercial, that's why there's no
Okay.
proposed changes there as well.
Okay, so.
And so that's the only portion
When did
south.
that, has it always been that way?
Not always, but in the foreseeable past, yes.
Okay. For some reason, I thought the community commercial designation was something new or a hybrid or something.
No.
No, it's been around for a
No,
while.
yeah.
Okay.
According to current design standards, suppose you had that whole block from 12th to 10th, from E to G. Could you take your access off of, well, rededicate 10th, and then take your access off of 12th? Or do
Maybe.
you really have to go back to G?
We're gonna rededicate 12.
10th. 10th
Yeah,
doesn't go through.
there's actually right of way right here that it does exist, and,
If you were developing that entire block,
Yep.
I think there would be lots of options for
Yeah.
how you could do access.
Thank you.
Then you'd get
Okay.
a traffic engineer would come in, and there's certain standards about the spacing of intersections along major arterials and where you can signalize and what would be in that development and how intense would it be in terms of traffic generation. And you just don't know until you have all of those details. And that's where you do the best you can to have standards that seek to protect and mitigate, but are flexible enough so that it can make sense for the given project that's in front of you. And the only other comment I would make is when you're looking at a corridor, if you don't do the corridor, then what happens is you set yourself up for spot zoning as someone shows up, which can be done, but you can't amend your comp plan except for annually, theoretically.
yes.
And that can be a real discouragement to someone that wants to come in.
And costly.
And yes, because then they're requesting that. So I just add that on May 9th, the Planning Commission's recommendation will be in front of you in your single council workshop. And maybe we'll devote as much of that night as we can so that the agenda only has that. I'm looking at your agenda, I'm feeling like we've overloaded and overpacked your agenda this evening.
Yeah, this was my short presentation.
We have a couple other significant items, and this is a very significant item, but you have another shot at it after May 9th. And I certainly don't want to cut any conversation, but I just want to.
Can I make one more comment, Sean? Yeah. You'll note, I mean, we did purposely break these up, so they are all individual projects. You'll have individual agenda bills on each one. We did that purposefully. We did individual SEPAs on everything, so we can look at the text amendments, and we would, as far as for proposal, I'd propose that we did it the same way as we did Planning Commission. We run through them the same way, because we don't really make this text amendment change. We can't really move on to the port and to Hamilton without violating our own comprehensive plan.
So Mitch, theoretically, if council wanted to have more information that on the last item there.
Yes.
We could, because some folks are kind of waiting on these other ones.
Yep.
We could advance those, including the text amendment, take a little more time on this other one.
Yes.
If we needed to.
Yes, we can break them apart, put them back together. And we did it specifically for this reason, because we figured there may be more issues.
I guess we can talk about that on the 9th and you can decide.
Can I move on? Ah!
Do you really want to do this?
Real quick here, okay.
Just a quick.
Council, totally up to you You all, if we take public comment at this period, we are 2 hours into the evening, you've still got a lot in front of you yet.
Yeah.
If we don't, is there another time when we could do it?
Well, the public hearing, folks, you'll quickly lead me to not go to public comment, you really will. You know, we've got a lot of stuff to get through, and I understand you're here tonight, I understand that you've been to the planning commission, many of you. There are more opportunities to be here in front of us as well. If you would, just give us a couple minutes. Council, pleasure.
With a strict 3-minute limit.
I was gonna say, let's go to a 2-minute limit for the next
Okay.
10 minutes. So
Sure.
that means
All
we'll
right.
take upwards of 5 folks.
That's fine.
If you would, please rise, give your name, address, so we've got that for the record, and then just brief comments. Again, this isn't your only opportunity. We'll certainly, another opportunity to speak this evening, and there's certainly the opportunities, the other workshops that are hearing as well. Yes.
I was here at the meeting before, and all this was discussed before. And I've sat here and I've listened to all of you talk. I mean, to me it don't amount to much. You gotta realize the G Street, it goes both ways. You got a north side of the street and you got a south side of the street. You got families all along that street from one end of it to the other. These are people's lives that you are talking about. A lot of these people have lived there for years, and yet at this meeting, the way it sounds to me, and the way this gentleman talks, that it doesn't mean a thing. I mean, I thought this city council was here for the people. But it don't sound like it to me. It sounds more like the almighty dollar means more than anything else. As long as we can go along East Street and get business in, as far as G Street is concerned, what if these people don't want to sell? Have you ever thought of that? They might like it to live on G Street, but it don't sound like it to me that you're even interested in what the people think. Why don't you take out a petition and go along G Street and see how many people, what they think about it? Maybe they're not at this meeting because most of them think it don't do any good anyway. They aren't at the council meetings because it cut and dry before they ever come in. You see? So just think about the people and what they would say, and not what the almighty dollar means to this council.
I second that.
Sir, can we get your name and address? Sir, can we get your name and address?
Pardon?
Can we get your name and address?
Ray Gelsinger, 964 G Street.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Are you gonna go, Marilyn?
Yeah,
Don't wait, because we're gonna be moving on, trust me.
I know. Mitch, could I have a map up again, please?
Absolutely.
No, it doesn't work for that, but I live on 950 G Street, which is between 9th and 10th. That's a long part from E to G. It's 200, my lot is 60 by 200. That's 400 feet. That's a lot of land. I can't imagine that you're gonna get a whole bunch of people rushing in to have 400 feet. Okay. So my notes are very organized, but anyway, somebody talked about a rezone, existing use is non-conforming. Isn't housing a conforming use?
Yes.
40%, from my checking on G Street, and my G Street goes to River Road. You know, there's only so much land you can cover. 40% of those homes are rental units. Consequently, and they don't get the Columbian because I've talked to my delivery person, so they don't know what's going on, and the owners apparently don't know what's going on either. I drove along 3rd Avenue today coming from Camas here. There is a lot of land on 3rd Avenue for sale that nobody cares about, so what that? I have a lack of confidence in the Development Commission. This is before Mitch showed up, so it's not personal, but I have been up the east end of Washougal, and those houses are ugly and crammed together, and if that's your idea of development, I'm glad I live in an old house on G Street. Where do you people on the commission live? Does this affect any of you? You were talking about development, more traffic on G Street. G Street is 20 feet wide on a sort of gravel macadam surface. It has very poor lighting and it has no sidewalks. There are no bicycle lanes. If you do this, you better plan to pay the bucks it takes to cover all that because you're going to have to develop G Street. What was that thing? Shorty's parking lot. Have you ever been to Shorty's Garden Center? To get to Shorty's, you go past the Walgreens, up and onto whatever that street is, into Shorty's. But your natural access, and I go there fairly often, is onto Mill Plain. It's not onto back into that, whatever that street is. G Street, I don't think, is an emotional, psychological, whatever you call it, exit from anyone who's doing anything on a shop on E Street. I think the Planning Commission has taken the easy road and just said, we'll mark the whole thing as commercial. And I think you ought to do a little more thinking about various areas are more appropriate to various things. This is my home. I have worked very hard to make it a nice place to live. I'm disturbed. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else?
I guess I'll just say one thing. Honorable Mayor, Council, and Commission, my name is Jane Lacey, Jayne-Lacey. I own a home at 953 G Street on the north side from these lovely people, and I'm very much opposed to the rezoning of the E Street project. I really wish that you would consider further changing that philosophy. I know you envision plans for 20 years in the future, but it's going to take me 20 years to pay my house off and move if you put some big horrible car lot in front of my house at where Marilyn used to live. And this won't be the last you hear of me. I'll be back following the progress of this. And I just want to let you know that being a resident of G Street, I really, I'm proud of the Washougal I know there. And hopefully it'll be that way in the future.
Hi. I just wanted to reiterate, just listening to the people talk, I think it is important that maybe you don't, at the beginning you're going to eliminate some design reviews. I don't think probably it's good to stamp off anything, even if you have to bring them up and look at them again. I think that'd be a better process. And the other thing, I didn't realize that the work sessions weren't noticed to the public. And I know you all want.
Don, what they're talking about are specific letters to them in regards to the public hearings, that type of stuff that are coming up,
okay.
because they are specifically in the property.
So the public knows that they could attend your event. Okay.
My name is Jocelyn Norris, and I and my husband live at 2241 G Street. We've lived there for 26 years. We've raised our family there. We live in a historical home that is 103 years old. We live on the Washougal River Road with 3/4 of an acre that I've worked very hard at planting and turning it into a garden and a place of serenity. And restoring the home to the way it used to be. And it would just be really upsetting to us to have commercial businesses so close to the home that we've worked so hard at to make beautiful and to have that homey feeling of serenity and all. And I don't understand why the city is rushing into this now when there seems to be so many vacant lots and unused buildings on Main Street and all that can be used for commercial. Also, I'm concerned that, you know, they say that they have a design in mind, but there's nothing that you can do if a used car lot wants to come in, and or a Plaid Pantry or a Minute Mark, and we could very easily end up looking like 82nd over in Portland, where a lot of homes, and going down, you know, I used to think that the areas down by 6th and up to 12th, that those homes were kind of run-down homes. But we drove past yesterday, and it looks to me that there's new people moving in there, and they're grooming their yards, and they're doing a lot of upkeep and making them look very nice. It's not like what they used to look like. Also, I have a concern being on G Street. We have not only Hathaway Park that has a lot of visitors that come. Also on G Street, we get a lot of people that are running, walkers, mothers with their children in their strollers. And then we also have the school there, so we have kids that are walking back and forth to school. And we already have a problem with speed and the teenagers going back and forth to high school there, because G Street's a long, straight stretch that they seem to build up their speed there and go in, and the police haven't been too good at bringing out the little machine that we ask them to do. They bring them out with that on the last day that school's out, so it doesn't really do as much good. So I guess that's where my concern. I mean, I would love to see businesses and see little shops that would attract, you know, people to the community. But let's make sure that it doesn't displace the people in our community, and that they have somehow have some sort of control of what, I mean, we already have a Mary Jane's House of Glass there on E Street. I mean, how are we going to keep her from opening up another business, or how are you going to make sure that these are nice businesses and not head shops or used car lots or,
3-3.
you know?
Thank you, Mr. Norris. Okay.
Can I have another word?
We're gonna move on to the agenda, my apologies.
Well, I just wanted to say that the gentleman said that the city council could not control the type of businesses that went in at that meeting. So anything can come in, sex shops, you name it.
Only things that are allowed in by the zoning itself, which is not everything.
Well, that'd be commercial.
Some things are not allowed in those zones either.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
I will be quick on this.
Do we have to?
Yeah. You heard Meredith's reply, do we have to? Yes, we do. For City Council, this is a really quick rehash, but for Planning Commission, I briefly explained to you at our meeting of what kind of the discussion we had with Council, but thought it'd be a good idea if there was any issues or outstanding issues or questions that Planning Commission may have as we undertake this endeavor, that we can kind of have that discussion with Council as well. First thing that's coming back, off-site signs. Important thing to remember that we talked about is that if that door is open, then it's open. It has to be open for everyone. And how do we best do that? If we want to allow those things to occur, what's the best way for us to make that happen and allow that to occur? As part of this review, there was a discussion at council that possibly looking at billboard language as well. We have a limited area now that can utilize it. Maybe do we need to look at expansion of that as well? So that's one area that we have. The other is pole signs. The city has prohibited pole signs since January 1 of 2001. And the question really is should we take another look at this? Should we look at having pole signs come back and be allowed within our commercial designations? And if we do, or in addition to, or separate from, should we look at changes to the monument sign requirements? Actually making them, instead of the 20-foot monolith in the air, actually maybe a lower profile monument type sign. So design standards relating to monument signs as well is an item that we can bring up and discuss. Let's move back with this. The other next one is related to limited access highway signs, or LAHSs, laws. Right now, they're proposed to have a maximum height of 50 feet. Do we need to make some modifications to our existing monument standards to allow these type of things? This one, I believe, is a 35-footer. We would allow them up to 50. So, and by, do we need to make a larger area allowance for these type of signs because they are larger, they are taller, they're going to be along 14. So maybe we need to look at instead of 1 square foot per lineal foot of road frontage that you have, maybe we look at bumping that up a bit. So this sign itself, in and of itself, doesn't meet our current monument standards. It's open below. Our code requires that to be closed up. They could possibly look at doing landscaping there to make that comply, but that is one thing that I think that we need to look at. We did modify this section height, instead of being the flat 50, it's relative to your height to SR 14 once that's done. We did pass that, and so we'll take that one up as well. Electronic message center. Should the city keep them? Should we allow them still? And if so, should the standards be reviewed and possibly modified? Maybe we need to look at, instead of a flat percentage of what your allowed sign area is, right now it's 30% of your allowed sign area can be this. What are the things that we want those things to say or do? Or do we want to open it up more, flashier, what? And the last item is different code for the town center. Do we still want to have that separate sign code that we have for downtown, that we have a sign code for downtown, and then we have 1860 that applies to everything else out in the commercial area? So maybe it's something else that we want to talk about and discuss as we move forward with these. So that's it, sign code discussion.
So why don't we go?
Everybody's asleep, and now I'm not going to get
Back to your
anywhere.
first slide.
Back to my first slide, all right?
Not quite to the first one.
Which one would you like?
Where are your questions started as far as things that we may want to revisit?
Okay.
I think that's it.
Oh.
That was his first one.
Nice visual, by the way.
Yeah, really.
Thank you.
Questions of Mitch in regards to offsite signs? I know this was the big piece that we asked to have come back and have some more discussion and work on, or at least this is one that started it.
Just a question, I mean, obviously it's important for us to make a decision about this, both for planning commission and city council. And I actually, it just seems so comprehensive. There's just so many issues in the sign code. Who would have ever thought? But there are. And yeah. So couldn't we actually just discuss these item by item at some point? And there's no real urgency to get it done. We don't have like a July 1 mandate to update our sign code. So it's still important to do this and to progress forward and to make that decision. But
Right.
could we, you know, that would be my recommendation, is just approach these issue by issue. You've got them nicely segmented out here.
Similar, I think, to what we did with the, I think we had this discussion at City Council, it's similar to what we're proposing with the plan amendments, that we broke them out. What I did say at that time, and so Planning Commission knows this as well, is that I would like to, as we discuss them and group them, I would like to do all of those proposed changes under one environmental review, because I don't want to do a SEPA notice and paper and everything for each individual thing, because that costs us money every time we do that. So I'd like to group them up to that point, but then segment them that after that. And I think that that's something that we can look at doing. Then we just kind of, you know, on a nice casual night, discuss off-site signs.
If I could just offer, one of the reasons why we have this specific item listed for your joint work session is it's, you know, the infrequent opportunity that you have as councilors and commissioners to sit at the same table. And the council had asked for additional work on this issue from the Planning Commission. We thought it would be an opportunity for councilors to just express some of the thoughts that you had expressed to staff around why you wanted to do that, so that they had some, without dictating how the Planning Commission would further work this item, but at least give the Planning Commission some of your thinking along. And if I recall, on this particular item, you were looking for that, we've used the word sweet spot earlier, we'll use that again, of allowing opportunities for businesses to get their message out, maybe not right on their property, to guide people in, or however that's going to work. You were very interested in that. There was differing opinion on the council about what that really meant, but I think universally there was interest in that, and then there was also a concern that in doing it, that we didn't wreck the place with the signs. And I think there was universal agreement that, you know, we want to make sure that it's balanced. And so you were hoping for some work from the Planning Commission of trying to find what that balance would be. And of course, the First Amendment piece, where we can't regulate it based on content. So any business, it would be really nice to craft a real estate sign code and a such and such code and a such and such code. And we could do that, but if it was challenged, we'd probably have to start over. So just to summarize, and if any councilors had any comments on that, but I think that's what was up with this particular item.
I think it's just like Molly said, there's so many variables, but I guess in the end of this, end result of this, I don't want to stand on one end of East Street and have it look like Highway 99.
Right,
I guess
yeah.
ultimately that's just a big broad sweep of it, but I don't want to look down and see power lines and billboards and every variable that there can be all on one street. So yeah, that's where I'm at, is just so we don't look like the other streets. 82nd Avenue.
No, I'm good.
I had a couple of things. On the electronic message boards, I don't have a huge problem with the one over at the port, but I find the one in front of Washougal Flowers to be very distracting. And I would hate to see the standards broadened to include those. The other thing that this is some staff and some planning commission I would really be appreciative if people would look into. Somehow or other, the state highway people can regulate content, because they can put up signs on the state highway for gas, food, lodging, various kinds of attraction, camping, and so forth, but not for accountants. And
nope, maybe no one's sued them yet.
Verity? You want a job?
But presumably there is some RCW that allows them to do that.
It'd be interesting to know.
And along with that, I'm trying to think of a way that makes sense, that maybe the way to do it is that the city owns the sign pole and actually owns the signs, and because that's the way the WSDOT does it, is so that you could put a sign at the corner of Washougal River Road and and Main Street with the little Papa's Ice Cream logo on it. The economic development problem is, how do you get people who are passing through to know where food and gas especially are, or anything else that somebody passing through would want to know where it is, whether it's Coffee Corner on East Street or Heller's or the Neater's Cafe. If you're driving on Washougal River Road, you have no idea those places are there. And so how do you let people know that those businesses are there? And on the other hand, people driving through aren't looking for an accountant. So what my hope is that Planning Commission could look into that question as to how, because I don't want a proliferation of signs on the corner of Main and Washougal River Road, as Ron says. On the other hand, the kind of tasteful, if you will, signs that WSDOT puts up for gas, food, and lodging, and the other things. I mean, there's a sign for the museum, I think. Somehow or other, I'm hoping that we can do that on our arterials, mostly Washougal River Road, East Street, Main Street, and 32nd, probably 6th as well. And I don't know if there's a way to do that.
We do get requests from companies that are further back off of 14, and one of the things that is required if they want to put a sign out on WashDOT property, you know, to get to, let's say, Coffee Corner, is that there has to be some sort of secondary sign further in directional. And so then that's falling on to us as the city to try to look at doing those and allowing those. And I don't know if we have. I know it's been that doesn't fall under this review. That's a right-of-way issue, and it falls under the engineering standards. I'm not sure how we've done that in the past, but
we can certainly look into that. I think that the real difference there is these regulations regard private property and the placements of signs thereon. And the WashDOT is a state right-of-way.
Exactly.
I don't know if that domain of ownership changes the First Amendment package, but there's definitely a difference there. And it could be because they own the sign. And if it's your sign, then maybe you have some opportunity to restrict or to distinguish between content. And if we put signs, but I know that anything that we allow in the right-of-way, First Amendment definitely comes to bear and gets challenging. But we'll definitely look into that and whether or not there's a program of us promoting business through the use of our right-of-way.
I'm not surprised that there's a lot of disagreement, a lot of discussion on this because it impacts personal freedom. And anytime you do that, you're going to get a lot of pushback. I would ask the Planning Commission to look at two things. One is, if you're going to restrict signs or limit signs, have a good reason for it. And the Washougal flowers, for example, I think it adds a touch of class to the neighborhood. The second thing I want to ask is that if you're going to have a good rationale for limiting signs, then consider what it's going to take to enforce that rationale. Because I think this is something that should pretty much pay for itself with fines and fees and that sort of thing, as opposed to passing that cost on to the general fund.
With regards to Washougal flowers, my understanding is that it's already a non-compliant sign. Is that about right?
Well, it was permitted as an electronic message center. 30% of the sign area is the electronic message center. Your current code electronic message center says that you can flash date, time, weather, temperature, and that's about it. And so, yes, we had this discussion the last time, is that, say, go back, and that's how they permitted it, was an electronic message center.
Right.
They were very specific about that. Now it's kind of morphed into something else.
Right, so, I mean, as far as the objections to the sign, it's basically not in compliance with their permit.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I just would need to see the code change to make it compliant.
Right. And with regards to the costs, I just wanted to add a thought with regards to about the cost of enforcing the sign code. There's an element of that that is not, well, there's several elements that are not quantifiable. One is if somebody puts up a sign or tries to put up a sign that's not permitted, of course, we're going to recoup some sort of cost for having them take down this non-permitted sign. But I don't think that that's really going to be the major issue. The major issue is going to be whether there is a cost. I mean, the citizens will bear the cost in order to have a community that conforms to their ideal for what signs are appropriate for the community. So I think that's a willing cost that most of us citizens would be willing to bear, rather than having, and you can pick whatever your extreme version of bad signage for a neighborhood or a city could be. Pick that and say, I'm willing to pay to have city employees make sure that that doesn't happen in this neighborhood. The other end of that, of course, is that there is a hidden cost of lost business for having lack of ability to put your message out there. And that leads me to my final point. This is actually sort of a question or something to ponder. And that is, as far as off-site signs are concerned, one thing I think we may want to consider is not allowing off-site signs for businesses on the public right-of-way. I think as far as political signs are concerned or non-commercial signs, we can have that distinct. Is that a possible distinction?
Yeah, political speech.
Non-commercial.
Commercial speech are treated differently.
Right. So as far as that's concerned, that's not part of this conversation, but I'm just addressing the, you cut trees, roof rabbits, all the other types of signs that we see pop up every once in a while, serving and selling arbor vitae, you name it. For those types of signs, if we were to simply say, first address the issue of on the public right-of-way or not. If it's on private property, then we're starting to address some of the freedom issue. If it's on public right-of-way, I think there's probably good argument for saying we're not restricting anybody's freedom by simply saying no. Just no commercial signs on public right-of-way. Now, if we start addressing on residential property or commercial property, that's a separate issue. I'd love to hear other people's perspective on that, but it's a tricky one. Anyway, you get the floor.
Just briefly, when Paul mentioned the signs, I don't want to stop the latest technology coming to town either, but I certainly would hope we have regulations, and Mitch commented on that, but I'm just saying I don't want to stop the latest technology coming to town either. I want to be proactive, progressive that way. Just that when they put it up, we need to go over and tell them that piece of it, however they changed it or programmed it, has to change.
I'm good.
Real quick, I agree with Michael, but there is a cost that people are willing to bear to ensure that their city doesn't become like Highway 99 out north of Vancouver. The task for the planning commission is to find that level, that sweet spot. And I think the cost of enforcement is part of that. And that goes back to my first point, the rationale for the limitations that you're going to put on it. Have a good rationale. If you don't need to do it, don't do it.
Mitch, do we currently have anything in code that addresses commercial signs in private lots, in private right-of-way?
On private property, yes,
Yeah,
that's what this code touches on.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Technically, I mean, the lowest sign there is in the planter strip.
Right.
Between the sidewalk and the curb. Is that public right of way?
Very mostly.
Probably.
Right.
That here is okay, maybe.
That could be public or private there as well, just depending on where.
Right, I thought there were large parts of the city where that planter strip was actually outside of the city right of way.
It's inside.
Yeah, I think most.
Generally, inside of the sidewalk.
I had that wrong, thank you.
Other questions, thoughts, off-site signs? Moving on to the next one. Mitch, do you know what the, I'll start with you. Do you know what the rationale was in 2001 of?
I tried to find it. I actually tried to find any kind of language that said why they did what they did there, but all I have is the ordinance reference that changed that section.
To me, that would be the quintessential Highway 99,
Mhm.
82nd Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
On the other side, over at A-Town Chimney,
Mhm.
wherever the chimney.
Yes.
I would rather see that than what they have out there.
Yep.
So.
And see, that's where these two come into play, I think,
Right.
together. If we're gonna allow that thing, then, I'm sorry. Am I giving my, am I showing my cards? I'm sorry. Yeah, that was my citizen hat, I'm sorry. Yes. If we are going to allow pole signs, then, then we're gonna have to, I would say then we'd have to look at our monument sign standards and say that, okay, pole signs, you can go taller with pole signs, but your monument signs, you need to bring them down. They don't need to be 20 feet in the air.
Lake Oswego, I don't think you can do it over 5 feet.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter what the development is.
Right. And what we hear a lot, and what we heard a lot actually at planning.
They're not real effective.
No, is that you can't see them. That even you can't, as you're driving, you can't see the monument signs. But if your line of sight is trained that you're looking up in the air, yeah, you're not going to see them. But if your line of sight is you're looking down at where the cars are and that's where everybody's signs are, then that's where you're going to see them. Mm-hmm. And so, does it take time to change? You bet. But you look at Highway 99 and the efforts that they've gone through to try to get that to change, and they're a long ways away from getting it done. But I think
it's a lot of signs.
Yeah, there's a lot of signs. You bet.
I think the classic thing that was happening in sign regulation was to go away from an aesthetic principle, and it's subjective. It certainly is subjective, right?
Mm-hmm.
and it could be contextual. It might look better than something else. However, it was a complete prohibition without any consideration for, now you have we have kind of a silly requirement that wouldn't allow what we saw on the screen, which is a very attractive sign, and our code would prohibit it because it was open in the middle. Yeah. So somehow we need to allow creativity and flexibility in the signs.
In my case, I would look at that and say, that's very attractive. And I would look at the neon in it, I would look, you wash up the flowers, to me that adds a little bit of excitement, a little bit of something other than, I don't want to say dreariness, but when you go down Highway 99, you just see, at least, you sprinkled some in there, you'd have some moments of.
I just imagine 20 of them.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see that, though. I don't think that's reality. Just cost-wise, everything else as people put things in.
They're expensive now.
It's the same thing with neon. I mean, neon goes back to an old standard that I think truly lights things up and looks nice, and does a lot of different things in the right context. But very few people do them because they're very expensive, very fragile.
So another thing to consider, by the way, with regards to how Highway 99 looks, is that you basically have two enormous parking lots with businesses well set off the street, and so that adds to a lot of the visual clutter. I think we perhaps can throw out the baby with the bathwater there by not considering what our signs are going to look like with our building standards, very likely in this town. I'm not really opposed to the pole signs. I think that they can be a very useful sign. I don't think they're hideous, but.
I don't
Tastes
think they're
different.
hideous either. That wasn't my, that wasn't what I was trying to say.
Mitch, one of the things I guess I would like you, the planning commission, all of you guys to look at, and that is the difference between the flower shop lighted sign and the one at the port. Because we've had issues on Highway 14 where they rear end the car in front of them because they're over there reading that sign. Now, that's not the same problem on E Street, more than likely, based on the traffic flows. So there's a whole other piece to this thing that you look at. Where do we allow those types of electronic signs when they're not a distraction?
And I don't know, you know, if the state commented when that went in. I don't know how long ago that went in, but given that the size of it, because the text sometimes is quite small and it's, you know, scrolling, and if you're trying to read it while you're driving, it does get difficult. And that's, I think, kind of in moving on to the design for these guys, is that do we need to, you know, look at that, a larger area allowance, so you can have a larger font along that corridor, that, so you could look over once, got it, yeah, and keep.
Please support the E Street businesses.
Exactly.
No, when that was, I know that at one point though, when that sign was put up, there was documentation somewhere from the state or otherwise that said, tone that thing down. It's too much.
Oh, okay.
And there was a distraction from that. And they did tone it down. So
Well, there's certainly some of the casino ones, as you go up I-5, that they still allow there, that, you know, wow.
Because they're on the reservation. That
Is that
comes
what it
to a
is?
point right at that intersection in Fife there.
sure.
There's 3 of them.
Yeah.
And then the one down there.
It's great. Watch the game driving up the traffic.
Well, yeah. If only they put the game up.
well, they got something
They-
we
they
don't
wanna know
tonight.
what's going on?
Yeah.
Other big questions, thoughts on pole signs, monument signs?
Just, my condolences to the planning commission. I remember that there's nothing more difficult to write into code or regulation than these kinds of aesthetic considerations. It's going to be very difficult. I think we should allow that sign. And of course, the terrible problem is that what you'd really like to do is give staff the discretion to say, yeah, a pole sign makes more sense here, but not there. And then that ends up creating a legal burden for the city. So.
Staff likes discretion in certain circumstances. In others, like this, you really want to be able to say, this is what we're dealing with here.
Exactly.
Do you want to put it in there that the sign ordinance can be adjusted by the city administrator?
Yeah.
Specifically?
Here's his home phone
I just
number.
wanted to say, thanks to the planning commission for sticking with us for so long. I know this was an issue when I was on the planning commission, so I know it's been around for a while. And I don't think it was new when I got there, so thank you very much.
It wasn't.
We won't be the last ones to deal with it.
I actually enjoy the process, Dave.
I know you do.
I guess I'm weird that way.
No.
And then I had electronic message center, which I think we've kind of pretty much hit. And the last one was the different code. And the reason I think that I've said this before, but we worked from the core itself and trying to create a core and a different look and feel for the core, and that's why we have the separate design standards related to that. We have designs and that also relate to signs, and so that's why you have that difference where 1860, the current sign code, doesn't touch anything within the core. So that's why you have those differences there. And that is really, really more discretionary, really more design oriented.
And it works.
And it does.
What about cut and paste that to another section of town?
Well, the thing about it, the design.
The same sign code.
Yeah, from the core, you mean, and put it out there?
Yeah, have the same sign code as in downtown. Say, for instance, on a section of E Street. And then the other separate sign code that we're working on for the general part of town.
Well, because I think one of the things that we're dealing with is that, I think the question is, Larry, is really, do we want to take the town center designation and apply it everywhere else within the city to all the other commercial designations, or vice versa, or have one, you know, be that? I think that the effort that went into the core itself for getting at what we wanted there with the form and what we, you know, with the list of everything's allowed except for these few things that we don't want here. And then from there, it's design. How does it look? Does it, you know, does it go back to that purpose statement that we talked about? Where we don't necessarily have that kind of connectivity anywhere else in the other commercial designations. We have.
Is that because of the nature of downtown and the nature
Yes,
of potential
yes.
development as we
Yep.
saw it at the time?
That we wanted to create something different in our core, separate from either east side or the west side and East Street. And we wanted to attract those businesses to the core, so we created flexibility in that. You know, we don't have the limitations from a sign standpoint. If someone came and said, we want to do a pole sign within the core, if it met the purpose statement, it met, you know, the historic, we could look at doing that.
Design the right
Yeah,
way. And
we could look at doing that.
Mitch, this isn't to say that we couldn't craft sub-areas and distinct locations around the city that have some uniqueness that couldn't be similar or modeled after or otherwise. If there's some cohesion around some theme or something that you're trying to do, like a section of a corridor or something like that.
We talked about that when we did the design standards. We talked about having nodes and bookends, if you will, at 6th and down at 32nd and then at Washougal River Road. We talked about having, in those areas, the design standards would be less flexible, but, you know, much more restrictive. That, yes, you shall do these things. You shall bring your building up. You shall make your sign this way, kind of creating those things. But as a planning commission and as city council, we went away from that. We basically just said, no, we don't want to do that. We just want it to apply that same way. But you're absolutely right. So we talked about it, that we could have created some more of those opportunities, but in the end, we said, no, we just wanted all that to be, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just, I do like having the separate sign code for downtown. I do like having the separate downtown core.
it works.
Yeah, and I would say as well, I do like having it. It's, you know, I mean, downtown is actually walkable. I mean, you kind of wander around down there. You might park and walk around, and the signs do entice you to go in. If we have another area of town that we sense might become like that, then we could apply that same sign code to that area. It's kind of what you said, Dave, just a moment ago. If we have those nodes within the city that seem to start to, you know, generate some kind of interest like that, then we could apply those same sign codes. Because really, though, I mean, there is a lot. If you go down there, there's actually a lot of foot traffic, or a fair amount of foot traffic, surprising amount of vehicle traffic that goes down those streets. And I think the sign code is very enticing, probably very lucrative to the business owners there, that signage.
I as well, I believe the downtown area is aesthetically, it's beautiful. And that's why I was thinking if there's some areas in town that are not developed, that are gonna be in the community commercial zoning, there's no signage in those areas now, and it's kind of like a, you know, law statement, the potential is for it to be developed into this type of environment, that we could take sections of, and look at sections of the city that have that potential and cut and paste that sign code. Other areas of the city that are already have pole signs, already have other types of signage. It would make sense, and maybe then we would have to apply the sign code in general to the rest of the city. That was my thinking. I don't know if I made it completely
Well, I think it's kind of along the same lines that Dave brought up and that Molly, commented on as well, is that if we have that, or we see those areas that are gonna possibly have that, kind of master plan element to it or something along those lines, then we can look at, having that flexibility, if you will. But I think that in looking at the sign code, maybe there's somewhere that we can fall in there. I don't want to say sweet spot, this is being overused, but, something that we can find in there that.
Happy medium.
Yes, that we can get, that it satisfies the aesthetic appeal, for the citizens of the city, and yet it also, is conducive to commercial businesses, and hopefully, we can find that. And if we kind of get to a point that there has to be some of that discretion, maybe we put a little bit more of that back into it then. But, unless we have something really going like we did in the core here, I'm more hesitant to have more, have those stricter standards out there.
Mm-hmm.
Anything more on signs? Thank you.
I had other items of discussion too. Yeah, thank you.
Anything to discuss.
Sorry, my agenda doesn't have that on there.
Thank you, planning commissioners, I really do.
Other items for the two bodies?
Actually, I would just like to say that I really appreciate the planning commission members being here tonight. It seems like we often are at loggerheads in a certain sense that we hear what you bring to us, and then of course it's our job to countermand that. In a certain sense it is. And it seems like it, when in actuality we are on parallel courses. So I really appreciate you all being here tonight. Get a little bit of an opportunity to get to know what you're dealing with on a regular basis, and appreciate the challenge that you have as well.
I'd like to see it happen more often.
Me too, maybe
Well, the
quarterly.
good news is for the next one, you don't have to be here. Jim has to be here.
Mike Lamb.
Has
Yeah.
to be here.
We can send them.
I don't think we've ever had one that's been 3 hours long.
We get credit
I don't
for
think that's
3
a good
meetings.
thing.
Yeah, on this agenda
Just the
together.
20.
And yet we still have an agenda to go through.
Long way.
Okay, so.
Thanks,
We should get
thanks.
out of here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Planning Commission.
It was helpful to hear.
I was gonna take a few minutes to adjourn this and let everybody settle again, but in light of the hour, I'm gonna continue taking body breaks and do that and move on through.
Yeah, let's just push on forward.
Thank you all for being here. Public Works, Dave, you gonna take these guys?
Subbing for Jim tonight, he's not feeling well. First item is the ground lease agreement for Angelo Park. We discussed this a couple of weeks ago or a couple of times ago, and council requested that we recraft the lease arrangement to acknowledge the payment of property taxes. And so we've done that. You can see in your summary statement that we have crafted this agreement to go through 2016 so that we don't have to come back to you every year to continue the relationship with the Angelos for this ground lease. However, knowing that there could be fluctuation in the amount of that property tax, we tried to come up with a number that was a little more than the current number, but not significantly more than the current number, so that it would be comfortable for you. The current number is $5,756. The number that we put in here through the year 2016 is $7,500, just to accommodate possible growth in the assessed value there and therefore the taxes. Clarified some administrative provisions in there about termination clauses, and then if we terminate during the midst of a year, that everything is prorated refund back to the city for the portion of the year that we have paid. Angelos are on board with this, and we're ready to bring this forward next week, likely on consent for your authorization for the mayor there to sign.
Questions, discussion? Hopefully that gets most of the concerns taken care of in regard to that piece of agreement.
The next two items are both capital facilities items.
I noticed here that because it's not in the budget, you plan to use the reserves?
Correct. And when we get to our next item, after this series of items, and we talk about the spring supplemental budget, this line item will be in there, and you can consider that in the overall context. So certainly if there's a concern about funding it, then we would not advance the agreement. So this presupposes the funding.
I think it's a great idea for any number of reasons, which we don't have to go into because we all know them. We've discussed this before. But the idea of constantly tapping the reserves for this and that and the other, I'm against that. And I reiterate my request to put on the agenda for the workshop, the next workshop, a look at how we restrict the use of reserves. If I'm looking at my family budget and I come up with something like this, it becomes a priority, I take something else and I cut it. Or I take 3/4 of something else and I cut a piece of it. But I don't constantly go to my savings account to deplete, because I'll deplete it in a hurry. And I think that's what we've been doing for the last 3 years, and I really want to call a halt to that. I'll leave my comments at that.
Mr. Mayor. If I could just sort of springboard off of that concept, one thing I know we just talked about a little bit last time when we discussed this during regular session was the distinction between what is and is not reserves. We pared back the budget significantly. Every department did. So my understanding is that if we had not pared back each department, we would have dipped into reserves more for the initial funding of the budget. But then we very likely wouldn't have these instances, or as many instances, of having to have a supplemental budget to dip into reserves later on because it was already built in as a buffer. So one of the challenges with the nomenclature of budgeted yes or budgeted no is that it's a very simplistic, I mean, it's just a yes-no question, but it doesn't take into account how much at the end of the year do we dip into reserves to balance the budget. Last year, we had this discussion about the ER&R fund for major equipment, and I was on the losing side of that argument, but be that as it may, that was a significant chunk of money that for a good cause was dipped into, we dipped into reserves to get that money. With this, it's a pretty small amount, and with regards to future restrictions of reserves, I think every time we pass the budget, we have to make that call. And I don't know if it really makes sense to have a policy beyond that. But anyway, for this agenda item itself, I think it makes sense. It's a fairly low cost for significant benefit to the city.
Just to add, if the council ultimately approves the agreement and the supplemental appropriation for this, I think that we would take that as a message to make sure that it was part of the operating budget through the remainder of the term, which would be through 2016.
Right.
So we'd get into the mix so that it wouldn't be a supplemental appropriation each time.
I agree with Michael on everything except one thing. If it's such a small amount, why can't we find a savings somewhere in the budget to take care of it?
That's one of the things when staff brought this one to me. Quite frankly, this one was almost oh whoops on my side. As we went through with all of the cuts that we were making last year and all of the trims, the cuts, the reductions, everything involved to get that thing down there, I believe I probably knew that this was in there and cut out of that to help get that budget down there. But at the same time, while I probably knew it, I didn't realize it. And then when this came surfacing back up, it even came from the staff. Should we bring this forward to council, or should we just tell the Angelos we didn't budget for that this year and we don't have the ability to do it? In my mind, and that's when I think I told Dave that on the phone, That's an oops on my part, because at the point we're coming into, March and April, probably isn't the time to spring that on the Angelos if we didn't think about this ahead of time.
Or those users.
That type of stuff. Exactly, plus all the kids that utilize that in the soccer group, so that's why I have to continue to go and bring it forward. I don't think Suzanne's got anywhere close to that amount in her budget right now, given everything else that's been carved out of that. Or we probably would have tried to fit it in there. Even some of the seasonals, that type of stuff, we're trying to do some things inside staffing and things to make some of that work to where we don't have to bring that back to you. And be able to get some of that work done. This one is, for a single line item, is large enough. And her budget is pretty simple. I mean, it's pretty compartmentalized. I don't think it's there. I don't think we would have been successful bringing it back or not bringing it back and just saying, we've been able to fund this, here we go. All we need to do is sign the agreement, but not to figure out how to fund it.
We probably wasted more time than this one is worth. I think I'm a very small minority of this one.
Your point's taken though, Dave. I don't think any of us want to go through and do a budget and then come back and try and give you a whole bunch of little things and ask you to fund them out of reserves. We would, if that were the case where we were going, we would have done that through the budgeting process itself.
So can we put that issue on the workshop?
Sure.
Because Paul brought up some good points. He had some technical points about the way we do things, and it wouldn't work. Fine, let's find what the biggest.
Okay.
I'll just,
If I can just say something quickly. I do believe that Paul Lewis, when we were dealing with him on a regular basis, when he first started talking to us about budget, he talked to us about shifting the way that we perceive the budget. So we're, instead of looking at it as these allotments of money for each department, and if they don't use them, they turn them back in and they get accolades for doing that. Now we're looking at that as we're looking at everything as a really bare bones budget, really bare bones. What is the minimal that we can get by with that to function as a city and still deliver the level of service that we need to? And so we're going to encounter other things like this, I think, that we're going to have to add into that, because it's a shift in the way that we perceive the budget to be. And I think that's a good thing in many, many ways, because it makes us much more focused on where we are spending money and need to do that. So obviously this is essential to do, and we will incorporate it into next year's budget. There'll probably be other instances comparable to this. As long as I know that that pool of reserve is ample and there, I'm totally willing to support it.
everything, yeah, exactly. The whole change in the budgeting system, I think, has changed the whole point of view. Along with that, the other point that Paul made is that, I mean, if you look at it, we had, what, a $340,000
Surplus?
Surplus at the end of 10?
350.
350, that's 3% of the general fund budget?
Yeah.
To come within 3% of your prediction for revenue, which is unpredictable, and expenses, which are subject to contingencies, is way better than, or is much closer than I think is reasonable to expect. So there's, especially since we're talking about the 11 budget, not the 10 budget, there's so much uncertainty involved in revenues and expenditures that you have to think about the budget as a different thing than we used to. And so I agree that it's very different when you're in a household on a fixed income with fixed rents or fixed housing payments and So this isn't exactly comparable to that.
I've managed budgets bigger than the general fund of the city of Washougal. And at some point, I don't care how you look at it, you're gonna have to manage to budget. And that's what we're not doing, and that's what I'm looking for. And I don't care how we get there.
I think we are doing it now.
I think we are too.
I think you're working hard on it, and I congratulate you. I thought last year's ending balance was a terrific accomplishment. I just want to quit going back to the reserves. We saved $350,000. We just brought forward a request to spend 20% of our reserves as a supplemental for this quarter, or for this first half of the year. That wipes out the 350 plus another, what, 287? And that's what I'm getting at. You can't keep coming back to tap the kitty without getting the kitty down to the point where you can't tap it anymore.
Any other items on the Angelo piece? Okay.
The next two items are professional services agreements with Wallace Engineering, who continues to provide our city engineering services. These are both items that are part of the utility capital facilities plans. So these are items that have been programmed for a period of time, and it's time to begin to execute our plans, as you know. The first one is the W Street Waterline Improvement Project, which is ancillary to the Zone 4 reservoir, critical component to our water distribution system. And then the second item is wastewater treatment plant storage building. It's a much-needed capital facility for storage and shop use for those two utilities, wastewater and stormwater. And again, the funds for these projects are included in the capital facilities plans, which were funded as part of the rate study. Both of these projects will begin to come online. We will hire a city engineer and get that individual online, and it's possible that a portion of the scope here could come off of Wallace and onto the city engineer, but we just don't know exactly what the timeline will be and how much that'll happen. So we need the authorization for the mayor to sign agreements for the amounts that we see, and then if we can, we will try to reduce those through using our city engineer.
Questions on either item? Discussion on EMS.
Let's go to number 3 first before the agenda.
PSA with IT Voters Northwest.
So we took the contract based on the positive feedback that we received on signing a 2-year contract with IT Pros Northwest for 2 additional years. We modified the scope of work a little bit to really detail out the web launch, where they're agreeing to engage with a third-party vendor to ask us what we want our website to look like and function, and then they will maintain that. And we've also added in the social media retention applications for future of social media retention, knowing that that's probably going to occur within the next 2 years as well. And again, that's keeping the payment at the same rate as the 2010 contract for an additional 2 years with the enhanced scope of services. So the recommended action will be authorize the mayor to sign the attached agreement.
Just one quick question when reviewing some of the criteria. I do see it says provide complete administration, design, and maintenance on the new phone system to be purchased by the city of Washougal. So is there yet another new phone
No.
system? That's just the existing phone system?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So the administration and maintenance
on
of the phone system.
Phone system, okay.
Yeah, they got the new.
And it's actually leased by the city officials.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other items on the EMS lines?
All right. Handouts. If you guys could give one to Dawn, that would be greatly appreciated. Holy smokes, this chair. Very low chair. We just wanted to provide an update now that we've had our joint meeting with the City of Camas on the EMS funds. Thank you. And you heard the different options that were presented, so we wanted to regroup on that and provide the dollar side from our perspective at the City of Washougal versus the system as a whole, and then show how that links into the spring supplemental request. So we just wanted to reiterate what the EMS funds can be used for. Basically, they can be used for emergency medical services only, and they can't be used for general government or utility expenses. The short-term system solution wall fix was presented on the joint workshop last week. Staff is recommending option 4, which is providing a payment of $95,000 to the City of Camas, and then $55,000 for a new hire. And then the budgeted items that are already included in the 2011 budget out of Fund 125 are the AEDs, the LifePack medical response unit, the maintenance and lease costs for Station 172, and then the transfer to the general fund to cover EMS supported payments of 302. I'm going kind of fast, this is all refresher, and it's 9:10. So we wanted to regroup on the beginning fund balance. As you'll recall, we transferred $600,000 based on a review that we did at the time, as those were what we felt, or Paul Lewis had identified as the restricted funds that should have been put in a separate fund. As we've progressed with the consolidation review, we've reanalyzed those dollars and realized that there were some capital purchases and some restricted fire impact fee monies that were included, which, based on logic, shouldn't have been, because those are one-time expenses, impact fees are restricted use as well. So once we backed those out of the 2006, which was the baseline year of expenditures, and backed those out of the revenue projections, it gave us a different starting figure for the Fund 125 of what we should have transferred. So what does that mean? It means that we should have transferred $891,000, $819, too many 8s and 9s at once, as the starting fund balance in this restricted fund. Those are truly the funds that were restricted once we backed out those fire impact fees and capital purchases. That means that there's an additional transfer from the general reserve fund of $291,819 that we need to do to capture those restricted funds and get them in the proper location. And it also changed the amount that we could transfer in our 2011 budget. Originally, we had $302,000 worth of eligible EMS expenditures. Based on the baseline expenditures of 2006, carrying that number forward, it changes the number to $262. So just some fine tuning of those dollars.
Just to clarify here, this really isn't a discretionary item, if you would, in terms of policy around the use of reserves. These are restricted funds, and they need to be here. Paul Lewis discovered this for us in doing refinement on the consolidation analysis. This scenario that we found ourselves in with the 125 funds is unique. First time. We're kind of creating how it happens. I mean, our experience, others are looking at is if they would find themselves in this situation. There wasn't a rule book to follow, and so that's why this piece kind of came in afterwards. Obviously, it would have been preferable to do the 891 up front, because now it feels like, oh, we're grabbing this other money, but the reality is it's a correction and not really a discretionary item, if you would.
So that gives us a new picture for the EMS fund. The beginning balance of 891, 819. Our expected revenues with the lid lift this year are a little bit lower than expected due to the AD numbers. So we're expecting about $186,000. Our 2011 expenditures that are already included in the budget are included there. And then the last two
The 55,000 and the 95,000 are the option 4 that was presented last week to both councils. Taking all that into effect, at the end of 2011, the EMS Fund 125 would have an ending balance of 475,660. Carrying option 4 forward into 2012, beginning with that ending balance of 475,660. Paul has revised the revenue numbers again with the lid lift. The expected AV drop of 5%. Originally, the projections had the AV increasing slightly, but now they're projecting that it's going to decrease again, which brings the lid lift to practically nothing. So in 2012, we're expecting just kind of the past due accounts paying up finally and getting that little bit of revenue in the amount of 23,000. The full cost of a hire is roughly $91,000, and then the general fund transfer to support those EMS expenditures for 2012 would be $288,000, leaving an ending fund balance in 2012 of about roughly $119,000. And the levy actually goes through 2012, so that's actually, you know, the expectation was that it was going to be spent within the 6 years of the levy. So coming with a balance at the end of 2012 is I guess, better than expected, because you would have expected to have spent them throughout the years on those eligible purchases. Questions? Going kind of fast. And it's
so the source of these funds is the EMS levy?
the 10 cent.
The 10 cent levy.
Lid lift.
Including that general fund transfer,
That supports the EMS expenditures within the fire budget, is the general fund transfer, pulling some of those, the monies that are restricted for purchases that are allowable for that restricted fund use.
Yeah. Does that include any equipment? Or is that, what is that?
In the 288,000, it includes those items that are over and above the baseline year expenditures. So when we passed, or when the levy was passed, there was the baseline year, and you have to spend general funds in that base year total. And then EMS expenditures over that baseline total, these funds are available to use. So yes, it would include authorized personnel costs, capital costs, equipment costs, as long as they support the EMS system.
See, looking at this, the EMS Fund 125, this chart here, where it says 140,000 for 2011 for a medical response unit. That's a new ambulance.
Or a replacement of the chassis of one of the, which might be cheaper.
We're going to pay for that.
Yeah, and that's everything from AED down to updated general fund transfers. Transfer is currently appropriated in the 2011 Fund 125 budget by previous council action. The new items are the new hire and the funds to canvas, the last two, which total 150, which was in the mayor's proposed budget as a cash transfer. This is a tweak to that. The only other difference in what you saw in late 2010 is that the ending fund balance is higher by the difference of 291 and 150. So it's it's $130,000 higher than what we thought it would be, because we have to do that correction. Without the option for expenditures, those last two items there, the EMS fund would have $625,000 at the end of this year, estimated.
Do these funds expire at some point?
No.
Thank you. From what we've been told
From what
so
we've been
far,
told.
the funds do not expire. There's not a sunset date that we have to have spent them or give them back. Okay, thanks.
We haven't been audited on these yet.
Yeah.
And we've asked the auditor, and the auditor says, well, what are you going to do? And we say, well, we're going to do this, and then they haven't. And we check with Commerce, and it's swirling, yeah.
So I have a question about the levy lid lift. As far as the intent of the lid lift, the intent is that money coming in gets spent pretty much in that year, or within a year or two. Is that roughly about correct?
I believe the intent behind the vote was to pay for the services within that year because the system was failing at that point, and so this was to bring an influx in to support the annual system as a whole.
I think that 10 cents was actually meant to go towards hiring the making sure that we always had 2 firefighters on duty.
Mayor, the intent of the 10 cents was that I believe that was to balance out, because East County and Camas each pays 35 cents per thousand, and we were only paying 25. 25 was going to Camas, and 25 was to hire the 2 firefighters, like the mayor had said. So we had to bring it up so everybody was paying the same amount. So we got the 10 cent levy in there. So everybody's paying 35 cents now. East County's paying 35 cents. We're paying 35 cents. 25 cents from the EMS levy, and then 10 cents from the levy lit.
Then the additional 25 cents that we collect out there, we retain for all of those other costs that we have that go into providing first responder EMS coverages.
Yep.
I think probably the simple answer to your question, Michael, is yes, because in a situation like this, or even in a situation of the normal EMS program, or any of those others that somebody may come up with down the road, I don't know that anybody really wants to go out and ask for more from the taxpayers to tax themselves for substantially more than what it's going to cost. And that's why they were able to isolate most of the increase of these funds coming in 2007 and the early part of 2008, before valuations started going down. If valuations had stayed up, I think it would be fair to say that fund value would be significantly higher. And it was just one of those, oh, whoops, we went out for 10 cents. Not only did we get 10 cents, we got 17 cents instead, was the net effect of it.
Okay, so the levy, I believe, expires at the end of 2012, and based on what we've been told, there's not going to be any room left, because a lid lift allows you to exceed the lid set by the 101% statutory cap up to the 310 limit that we have, or the 360 if you count the 50 cents of the Fort Vancouver Library. So there's no capacity there to be able to lift it. And so we could ask for, what's the right term? Excess levy, but that requires 60% of the voters to approve it, and it's only good for a year, and so the cost benefit of doing that probably wouldn't pan out.
So I have a question for you about that. All right, if we do the new hire, or hire a new hire here, and then the EMS levy goes away, how is that new hire supported after that?
Well, if you look, is there another slide that shows the 2012?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. So at the end of 2012, 18 or 20 months from now, there's $120,000 projected to be in the EMS fund. That would provide an additional year of expenditures. It would not cover that 288. And so what it would do is it puts us in a position that we would already be in because the lift was expiring. And that is, what are we doing with our EMS system? How are we stabilizing it in partnership with our partners? And what are we doing to move that forward to try to make that sustainable? With this added nuance of not being able to potentially ask for the lift again, because I think this community has demonstrated its support for that lift, and you would think that that's something that could be renewed. There's this notion of, do we, in the short term, invest to maintain the system and stabilize it using these restricted funds? Continue the consolidation discussion, continue the discussions on the EMS system, and look for efficiencies overall in that as we move forward? Or do we basically begin to drive that system into the ground already because it's beginning to have to use reserves as we speak. On the Camas side, so it offers other choices. If we don't invest, we may be looking at a reduction in service because the funds aren't there to support it. And it could happen in 11 or it could happen in 12. So it's kind of a choice for you between, do we adjust our level of service now in anticipation of what might happen, or do we try to stabilize now in the short term and look longer term for that stabilization with no guarantee that there won't have to be level of service conversations 20 months from now. So it defers that decision potentially, but things could change there and we have a lot of work to do in the meantime, so we don't know exactly what it would look like. So this is not, it doesn't solve the problem permanently.
There's also a question of what our sense valuation is in that time in between there as well.
Right, we might have 1 year, say 13. It might be that 13 is the 1 year where we kind of have to go, we don't have anything, and then we can begin to put that look back.
Couple of questions. I'm going to make a couple of huge leaps here. Suppose we went to a consolidated fire district, and that's funded by its own levy. Is that levy part of the 360?
Potentially.
Talk about an RFA?
Yes.
Setting up a regional fire authority?
Yes.
Potentially.
Yes, there's a couple different ways to approach that. They could go direct levy, or there's a fee in lieu, but it's basically based on assessed value, so it turns into that. It saves the city money, but the caps still exist. And I didn't bring my RFA cheat sheet, if you would, and I'm not remembering off the top of my head the answer to that.
Because my concern, as I understood it, that a regional fire authority would tap that $3.60 limit.
It's inside of it.
Is inside of it. And since it is independently managed by its own board, elected board, that in effect takes control of the whole fire and EMS budget away from the city, and we still have to fund it, in effect.
That would be true if that's how you set it up. Because you get to establish the RFA and the question that you pose to the voters, the two questions. Question one, should there be one? And then question two, at what level should it be funded? And in my conversations and learning about this, I found that in the creation and establishment of an RFA, you have some discretion in terms of confining that. But beyond anything that you would do with that, then you're absolutely right. Within any limits that they would have, they have that then unilateral discretion. But there's some confinement that can occur. Of course, it would have to be adequate to provide the services.
And then the other thing, my sense is that we go forward from here with option 4 or something like that. And at the same time, I think the elephant in the room is AMR. That we have to go back to seriously considering whether we can actually afford to pay firefighters to do EMS.
Rod, and then over to Dave.
One of the things, Paul, is that today, the way that it's addressed through dispatch and through Whitworth, the EMS advisor, is that a fire truck rolls with an ambulance in Clark County. So, if I heard you right, we're always gonna, at this point in time, we're always gonna run an ambulance and a fire truck to the call. Is that, because we're not gonna cut that fire truck out at this point in time of that response.
I have no idea. I'm just looking at those numbers and saying this is not sustainable.
Exactly, and I don't disagree with you, but those dollars aren't gonna go away for that expenditure of running a fire truck out with the ambulance, the way the system is set up today. That true?
Depends on who's providing the ambulance.
Right.
Well, Vancouver has pulled their engines away from certain responses.
Right.
A lot of them.
It happens, it's just the level of service that we'd like to have in the cities is what is at stake here. I mean, we can go back to what it was 2 years ago when an ambulance rolled out of downtown Camas and responded out to here. Talking with Chief Leon prior to Monty's arrival, though, if they had pulled the ambulance out of 43, our second ambulance wasn't going to be coming out of downtown Camas. It was going to be coming out of Station 42. And that's about a 15-minute response. And so that's a real consideration for that second ambulance, where it's going to be coming out of. And looking at that, the number of calls that the medic 43, it was 850 some calls last year. Over 1,000 medical calls in the city limits of Washougal. So it's a real, we have to determine what level of service we want here in the city. And if we want that ambulance to be stationed within the city, it's going to cost. And it's how we fund that thing is the question.
The real heartburn that I have is we depleting both cities' reserves, and then we're back at the table again trying to decide what level of service we're going to now be forced upon us. Where today we have an option to decide what level of service. I just don't, I know this is a restricted fund, but by the end of 2012, we're down to 120,000 from an 891,000 starting number. So,
just one further comment on what Jen had mentioned. There is a notion that these EMS funds be spent within the time frame of the levy lift that was explained to the voter. Now, having these excess funds has been a benefit to the community, no doubt about it. And it puts you in a situation that it's hard to think of them as the typical reserve, if you would, because it's really not, it's not really what it is. It's this excess levy revenue that came in. What do we do with it during the time frame of the levy itself, that period of time? And I think you captured the question. Do we look at our level of service right now? Because that's what's facing us without some investment into the system. Exactly what that would look like, well, option one was on the table, and option one reduces the ambulance coverage in our community basically to 12 hours as opposed to the 24. That could be the option that's chosen. There'd be a reduction in the level of service, and what that would do is instead of 119, it would be 150 more than that, so 270. That amount is roughly equivalent to our general fund transfer this year. It'll be a little more in those out years, so it would basically take care of us in 13. So it's kind of a 1 year or 18-month deferral to stabilize in the short term. That's really the decision that's in front of you. Do we stabilize it in the short term and continue to work the problem, or do we go ahead and accept a reduced level of service now and then kind of take care of the general fund transfer next year? I think that's the question.
Based on what you said a minute ago, it doesn't seem to me that we're working the problem. It seems to me that we're waiting for a rise in the property taxes to bail us out. Is that true?
No, I think we are working the problem, and it's because we've got this consolidation conversation going on, which may or may not be a regional fire authority solution. And the direction that we've gotten so far from the two councils has been to walk slowly, step by step, as we do that, and then to jump to that solution right away would be potentially problematic. The we are going to be discussing with the councils, first with the working group that includes 2 counselors from each community, to share the results of the preliminary financial analysis. We believe that some of the efficiencies that were pointed to by the chiefs at your joint work session with Canvas are part of the long-term solution. That in consolidating the units, we will have the ability to leverage a larger group and not find ourselves in these minimum staffing situations where we're having to expend for overtime and other expenditures like that, and that there's going to be some real savings and efficiencies that are introduced. We just don't know exactly what they're going to be, so we can't quantify them to the level necessary.
I'm willing to support the option 4 at the moment, because I don't want to see the level of service reduced. But I think that Rod and Paul have raised some excellent questions. And Rod and I both raised this question at the joint meeting with Camus about what's going to keep us from coming back to this table next year. And Paul's got a good point too. Do we contract this out? And I don't know if there are other options other than AMR, Paul, but you know that better than I do. You've been through this before. But these are 2 excellent questions that we need to grapple with. If we're just waiting, for the rise of the economy to bail us out, I don't think it's coming anytime soon.
Yeah, you really, I believe the final solution, if there's one, and if it's one that's going to work, is going to be a combination of a lot of those different pieces. And it may be, depending on where the numbers come from in regards to the consolidation or even the functional consolidation, if that comes back financially unfeasible, meaning it's going to cost so much more that we all look at it and say, this just isn't palatable, this isn't going to work, that may make the arrival of a decision much quicker yet.
Well, I like the idea of trying the consolidation with this option 4 simply because it gives us some experience. We get Paul's input, but we also get experience. We also get some experience. Very valuable.
Absolutely.
Well, at least it's my understanding, maybe I'm wrong, that ECFR is not even at the table in any of these discussions. Is that?
No,
And I know there's history, I know there's
They-
personalities, I know there's a difference in the perception, but.
They have been invited to all of the meetings that have gone around in regards to the EMS funding.
I mean, they're the third leg of this stool, basically, and it's one of the reasons why the 39th Street station, which is what, 172, whatever it is.
Engine 170 station.
Yeah, is so busy, is because there's a lot of calls out to, you know, the rural community. And if you look at the demographics and projected demographics of what's gonna happen in Clark County in the next 10, 20 years, aging population, so we're gonna have more of a need for ambulance service, probably, frankly, less of a need for fire service. And we do have this huge elephant in the room that we're all dancing around and pulling its tail. I just don't know where the final solution is gonna lie. It's gonna be multifaceted, but we can't continue to afford to pay increasing amount of money. I mean, one of my Rotarian friends passed out after giving blood while he was driving home. His wife insisted they call an ambulance. It cost him over $1,000 out of pocket to take him to the hospital. This was just last year. Went to the hospital, they went, no, there's nothing wrong with you, your blood pressure is just low. It cost him more than $1,000. So somewhere along the line, there's gotta be some resolution. It's gonna be a million piece parts, but you gotta start talking about all of them.
One way to think about levels of service. In the late 1960s, John Lindsay was mayor of New York, and he brought in the Rand Corporation to look at fire service there. And one of the things that the Rand Corporation did is they created a much more complex model for the New York Fire Department on how they responded to calls. Because what they discovered was that when a call came in from a particular part of the city at 2 o'clock in the morning, you were very likely, close to certain, that it was a major structure fire at an industrial site. And so you respond to that immediately with 3 alarms. On the other hand, there were other parts of the city where you get a call, and the likelihood at that point is that you've got a kitchen fire. So you respond to that appropriately. So in some sense, the kitchen fire, instead of getting a full response that they had been getting, you could call that a lower level of service. The industrial fire, on the other hand, got a much higher level of service than it had been getting. And overall, they found that they increased not only the cost efficiency, but the firefighting efficiency within the system. Where I'm going with that is that I think it makes, maybe you already have looked at the timing and what the calls mean when they come into station 42, when they come into station 43, when they come in from Washougal, how you respond to that. And also, where the other part of the RAND study was they were moving equipment around to pre-position it, depending on the time of day and the day of the week. So, moving forward, we could look at that a little bit.
Currently, some of that's in place right now. We have what we call priority 1, 2, and 3 calls, and that's medical and fire. A house fire, you get a response of 3 engines, and a big structure fire, industrial plant, we'll get five rigs. Depending upon the medical call, you might just get an ambulance engine or an ambulance only. Or if it's what we call a code 99, somebody's heart stop beating, you might get 2 engines. So we have some of that already in place, and it has great benefits to that. So, and they are looking at things that perhaps maybe the fire department should respond as well. But then we get caught up in, I don't know if Ron's here, he can bow for me, but we'll get called out on somebody with, having a nosebleed or something that comes out to be something massive, or you have somebody with, acute chest pain, all of a sudden they're in cardiac arrest when you arrive, and so you have to kind of play for that too as well. And that happens a lot when they miscode the call. They'll take all the information in, they'll send us out, we get there and it's something totally different than what we expected. So, but they are working at doing things to, looking at it. Maybe this call can just be, they'll have a nurse that they refer to a nurse or something. They have the nurse handle it on the other end too, so they're looking at it as well.
It's station 43 is Grass Valley, right? No,
42.
42 is Grass Valley. How many medical calls do they get as opposed to how many we get in Washougal?
That's one of the questions that's been raised quite a few times. It's how you approach things. It's either a systems approach, or is it, where the dollars are coming in. And Camas, they operate the ambulance system similar to how we operate the animal control. And so this is where they want to place their ambulances, this is where they want to place their engines. So there's a lot of discussion about that issue as far as, should we look at a systems approach where we need the ambulances, or should we look at how Camas's model is, where there's a lot of money out that way and they pay a vast majority of the bill too, So they have a lot at stake and they don't want to close that engine house down, So it's not the perfect system what we have in place, to be honest with you.
So, never mind, I got it.
One of the things that I'd like to have everybody look at, and that's the perception of the ambulance parked in Washougal. Because, and I don't have a number, I don't know where exactly we would get it, but there's a perception in the public, wow, that's great that we've got an ambulance in Washougal. But a large portion of our calls are BLS calls, not basic life support instead of advanced life support. And it's kind of like Ron talks about. It's a vicious circle if you don't have that ambulance out here for that one call that comes in this week that you needed 2 paramedics on board. You had to wait for them to come from Camas. But I don't want this to come out as I'm against the EMS system, because I'm totally not. I work it every day. But I just think there's an element of perception that it's great that we've got one here. I hope none of us in this room have ever had to use it. But there's an element there that said, yeah. So when it gets down to the functionality of this EMS system, if they went back to Camas and parked in their station, what could we do to still maintain that perception that we're out here going to protect the public? Because this system is an extremely expensive operation. And when you get down to it, comparing it to AMR or Camas, you've got a firefighter, IV tech, and a paramedic in AMR. And here, you've got, generally speaking, 2 paramedics all the time. And that just is an expense. There's no question about it. Said it, I think everybody in this room says it. We had a great program, EMS provider program. The reality of it is we're driving a Hummer right now, and we've only got money enough to pay for Prius. So at what point do you have to cut those things back to, it's either personnel or it's moving that ambulance back to Camas. One of the things that I kind of like to feel good about here is that we have staffing at our station. We have IV techs, we have first responders, we have EMTs that are all here and doing their job. And if we went back 2 years ago where the ambulance was parked in Camas, we've always said, we've got an ambulance generally there within 4 minutes, standing over, looking over our shoulder. And so I'm trying to, I talk with Ron practically every day about this thing. I'm just trying to, from actually working in the system to having to make a vote up here some night, whether what level we do this thing at. I'm just trying to wrap my arms around the fact that it's a perception that we have an ambulance service that we have an ambulance parked, and everybody feels good about it. And everybody says, hope like hell I never have to use it. So.
Rod and I banter back and forth on this a lot, and it's just that second ambulance is a big issue for me and where it comes out of, and whether or not the city of Camas, from what I hear, that their second ambulance isn't going to be coming out of downtown Camas. It'll probably come out of Station 42, so that's a real concern for me. The other thing is that, you know, we're paying $195,000 and 55 or so, $150,000 to Camas, but what are we getting for that service? Well, we're getting basically 2 additional firefighters 24/7 here in the city. That's 2 additional bodies. That means that if the engine goes out on a structure fire, I know that there's at least 4 bodies on scene for the vast majority of the time, and that's real comforting as fire chief, because I know they can, if there's a rescue, they can make a rescue, and they don't have to worry about breaking any laws, state laws about doing it. So for $150,000, I feel it's a real bang for the buck to have, be it option 2 or be it option 3, to have have personnel within the city. So that's kind of what my position here is on this.
Just to add, so I'm thinking long term, I was hoping to help the mayor and the council prioritize and make decisions about level of service. I don't know if the conversation around level of service and how we use our resources has to be limited to this particular area of service that we're discussing right now. We've got our 11 budget in place. we have these restricted funds, so they're available to us, and they are a ready source of short-term stabilization, and that's why you see us moving to it. But longer term, if the choice of the council, let's say even if there was room for a lift, was to not lift, but to maintain the level of service, it's being forced upon us because of the economy. It opens up a broad question about what are the priorities in terms of what services we provide in the community. It doesn't necessarily mean a reduction in service in this service venue, but it could mean a reduction in service somewhere in our community. We don't know what that is. And so we're doing our strategic plan, which I think on adoption by the council is going to help us with what those priorities are and what those levels of service are, so that if we have to make difficult choices in the next cycle or the next cycle and a half, we would have those guiding principles and documents available to us to do that. Whereas right now, we would be saying we're going to take the reduction in service in this area, which may not be where we would ultimately further down the road, all the while looking for continued efficiency in this particular system. Just, that's kind of how I'm thinking about the future.
Jennifer?
Yes, it comes to the point where this levy expires, would we even consider having EMS services right here in Washougal? Are we doing this ourselves? Is there a reason?
Doing it as a department?
Yeah, is there a reason why we can't do our own EMS services?
Yeah, financial.
Is it more than $800,000?
I haven't, we have not costed out a separate and distinct EMS service delivery for the city limits.
David?
So I don't know.
When you talk about 6 firefighters that takes to staff that station out there, what is that budget? Do you know what is that piece broke out? What it costs to have 6 firefighters out there, in other words, 2 per shift?
Yeah, 937,000.
So even the 800 doesn't get you
6 months ago. It was a pretty good number.
Yeah, so
and that's, if I remember correctly, that's keeping him at 2 paramedics.
Correct.
That was the base number that we started with when we went back to Camas and said, what truly is the number that it takes for you to service the city of Washougal? If you were just looking at it from a cost standpoint, what does it take to be able to do that? And that's where we started the whole conversation originally. And then we looked at the amount of money that they get from the levy and from transport and invoices and that type of stuff that goes through, and then we were dealing with that little bit that's in between there.
And as everybody heard at the meeting in Camas that night, that 98% of the write-offs is $500,000 a year. I mean, and there's just no way around that. It's just an ugly side to it, that there's just no way to get around it. But that's $500,000 a year they're writing off. I bet the people that voted for the EMS funding didn't think that coming up was going to happen either. But the fact is, it's here.
Other questions, comments? I know at some point we need to pull this towards a conclusion so that at least Camas knows what they're doing. We have an idea, predictability on what we're doing as far as forecasting and budgeting and that type of stuff. So.
I've done an analysis on the life pack. If anybody wants any information on that, I know it's only $31,000, but I said, isn't there something cheaper? Everybody that knows me knows that I'm one of the cheapest people around. I mean, I got the oldest truck in the department. So, I look at things and I say, God, that's a lot of money. $31,000 for a life pack. Well, Cliff Free from Camas, he did an analysis, and it all makes sense. So these numbers, I know they're high, but there's a lot of thought going into these things. The lease agreement that we have, with the station in 172. It's a $2,500 lease, and then there's, expenses on top of that. But if you look at it, building a building, we have to have 4 engines in the city. That's how come we got such a great rating on our, the last time we went through. We have to deliver so many gallons a minute. We have to have 4 engines. We move the ambulance into the station, there's no place to park an engine. So it's a good lease arrangement to maintain that. So, you know, going through the numbers here, you know, we try to look at everything, and this is what we come up with.
Well, I was just going to say, my sense is that for me, that I would go forward with option 4 based on what staff, all the work that staff and the other meeting group, and be very clear that this just isn't sustainable. And so this option 4 is breathing space and nothing more.
I'm just hoping that in 3 months, once we get started, we're gonna give you some information. How are we doing? You know, are we saving money? And then really look at it at the 6-month window when this, you know, how are we doing? Where's the savings? Because I've been through consolidations before, you know, and I've seen the good and the bad, and some of the things that might come out that we haven't even thought about, you know. And I think if we test the waters and do this 6 months, I think we'll maintain our current system the way we have. We'll look at each other a little bit more closely, you know. We'll see what works and what doesn't work, and then we'll have to make that decision in 6 months or the first of the year whether or not to keep the ambulance here in the city. But I just would like the opportunity to let's just test the waters. We spent the last year looking at the consolidation, you know, and it's coming. Some things are coming back somewhat favorably, and I would like just to kind of see how this thing all works out.
There's no doubt that one way or the other we need to find a solution to it, or, you know, I think in my mind, a worst case scenario abolishes the system of the program and it goes to someone else. It's not contracting out, it's just getting out of the business of doing that. If we can't figure out a way that underpins it and make sure that we can afford it all the way through. What that is, I don't know. I do know that since '78, the voters of the, well, at least Camas and Washougal have substantially supported this program, and that's why our efforts have been going towards trying to find a way to make this system work. But in the end, that may not be possible. I don't think we can wait till well into 2012 to find out that that's where we're going to be at. I think you know, in my mind, we're probably midpoint of 2012, knowing what the final solution's going to be, one way or the other.
Most people who voted for that, though, have been in, or know people that have been in situations when the assessed evaluation or the economy takes that ugly turn, there's a reduction in service, and any business. And, you know, Paul Lewis, from anything that I've been hearing, says if it happens, it's going to take 3 years before the assessed evaluation change, and that's in a good light. So we're probably looking at 5 or 6. So how we address that today versus a year from now or 2 years from now, I'm not sure how we're going to get there, but I think any of those questions need to be asked today versus a year from now or 2 years from now.
Yeah, I would hope for a real sense of how you go forward by the end of this year, because it's going to take a 12 to put it together.
I certainly hope, Molly, I think all of our collective hopes were that we would get some sort of response or interaction from East County Fire and Rescue, but like I said, we keep inviting them to the table. They sit in these same chairs, and it's a pretty silent group. And that's not to say that we haven't tried to draw them out and get them to respond to some things. And it's, I won't say it's frustrating, it's unusual, because they are the third leg to it, so.
Well, I know that there's a lot of personality issues, so I know a lot of those folks.
Well, but their statement in this letter from them is East County Fire and Rescue has no extra money to offer the ambulance. Unlike cities, the fire levy is the only source of income available to them, and reducing their levy will significantly interfere with the ability to perform our primary mission. That's just what Scott wrote.
No, there's a couple interesting parts in that. But Monty, do you have anything that you want to add to any of this, or?
I don't think I could add anything.
Now that you've sat here for 4 hours?
Probably not the
It is-
first time.
Yeah.
So where do we go from here?
Well, our plan from a staff perspective is that we have a spring supplemental budget that we'll be presenting to you. We've got just a couple more pieces of information on that will put this in that broader context. Because the 150 appropriation that's requested in Fund 125 for option 4 is just one of several things that are in the overall supplemental budget. And then there's a slide that talks about what the timing is. I don't know if there's any more council comment on the sense of the efficacy of the option 4 short-term breathing room solution beyond any comments that we've already had. Councilman Greenlee spoke to it.
Any reason you couldn't pull the EMS issue out of the supplemental budget? Because it looks like you've got a consensus on that. We can do it and get rid of it. And then the folks in Camas know where we stand on it, and they can do what they need to do.
We could, or we might get direction here in the next moments about how to craft that supplemental for all of it, right? And I think whatever we present in the supplemental, you could take action as a council, kind of item by item. It's not all or nothing. So I think we're okay. But I appreciate that.
Person might move that to the top of the list.
Right. Understood. So maybe with that segue, we could get. She's still back there.
I
Right, every note.
The chair's getting further and further back, so. Yeah. So based on the EMS discussion and the additional transfer that's required for the restricted fund, I wanted to give you a reserve update with real numbers. I know we've been kind of like, well, I think it's roughly this, roughly that. So at the end of 2009, in the audited financials, the ending general street and fire reserve fund was $5 million roughly. So you add in the surplus of $350,000 from 2010, and it takes you to 5.4, less the ER&R startup of $600,000, less the corrected EMS restricted fund of $891,819, and then less the 16% minimum reserve, gets us to our beginning balance of the unrestricted general reserve fund of $2.2 million, which is a little bit higher than the 1.8 that we were talking about. I think last time we were talking about the supplemental budget. So I've refined this to include the EMS 125 correction. The one thing I forgot to add on here would be